Chapter 1329. I'm so scared, don't come over. The sword glow disappeared and the devil titan was gone. Everything returned to calmness as if nothing had ever happened. The dimensional rift was still present, but there was nothing on the other side. No sound was heard, the silence was eerie. Hes dead. Both humans and apparitions were in a daze. The terrifying and powerful devil titan was killed just like this. One attack. A single attack. Everyone was in disbelief. Hes so powerful. Wang Tung stuck out his tongue. He had a first-hand experience of how strong an eternal stage Marquis was. How atrocious. It was completely beyond his wildest imagination. If the eternal stage human acted without any qualms, the whole defense planet number 29 wouldn't be able to withstand a blow from him. Just like the devil titan. If the being's true form appeared, he could have squashed the planet with a single hand. The humans would have had no chance to resist. That was why the Eternal Treaty was established. The treaty was put into effect to prevent eternal stage powerhouses from taking action. The light and dark factions made compromises, setting mutual restrictions. Should any high-tier experts dare to ignore the treaty, they would end up just like the Devil Titan. In fact, the Devil Titan was hard to kill, even if two eternal stage warriors joined hands. However, eternal stage marquises were in a different league. The monster struck a hard rock, and could only blame himself for being unlucky. Devil Emperor Barebrain and the other apparitions looked as if they had seen a ghost. Waves of astonishment crashed inside their hearts. An indescribable sense of fear was creeping in. Fear began to spread. Bai Shan, who glanced around him calmly. All the dark apparitions took a step back out of reflex when his gaze reached them. None of them dared to look at him directly. Barebrain included. And yet, Bai Shan Hu looked at the latter in the face and gasped softly. A body of the solar dragon race. Barebrain felt his head go numb. An unprecedented sense of danger rose in his heart. The other party seemed to be assessing his prey. That was the gaze of a tiger who had laid eyes on a rabbit. Barebrain felt he had become a rabbit, which was really uncomfortable. Mind you, he was a high-tier devil emperor, invincible in his own realm. Never had he cared about any human warrior, but he was being looked down upon at the moment, seen like an easy kill. Just then, a snort was heard coming from the other side of the rift. An intense wave swept through, hitting all the human warriors and leaving them pale-faced. Wang Tung raised his head abruptly. His expression changed. Devil Titan. Another Devil Titan. It was a much stronger creature than the one before. Another one who came to die. Bai Shan Hu's expression turned cold. A powerful aura was radiated by his body, pushing back the other party's momentum. Everyone was finally free of the pressure, and collective sighs of relief were heard. This boss sounds confident. Looks like he knows what he's doing, Wang Ting muttered to himself. He has the ability, Roundball said with disdain, unlike you. You love boasting when you can't even fight. Hey, what do you mean I love boasting? I'm a humble person, Wang Ting said unhappily with a black face. You? Humble? Roundball gave him an "are you kidding me" expression. Bai Shan Hu, do you want to start an eternal stage war? Said the frosty voice through the rift. The threat was obvious, and the monster's voice sounded different. Oh, I was wondering who it was. It's the osteoporosis-plagued old guy, Bai Shan Hu replied calmly. Want to fight? Come over then. Don't waste time. The massive dark apparition on the other side of the rift choked. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him for me. He must die, said another frantic and mad voice. However, the fellow sounded extremely weak. It had to be the Titan who was attacked. You're not dead. Looks like your luck is plenty, you midget, Bai Shan Hu said. Wang Tung too was astounded. Hes not dead. Is that Devil Titan a cockroach? Raw, human, I must kill you. The Devil Titan went berserk. He wished he could charge over and duke it out with the human. Come and kill me then. I'm right here. Don't rage over there on your own, Bai Shan Hu said. Wow, really straightforward. This boss personality is just like mine. Wang Ting touched his chin. Don't try to put feathers in your cap, Roundball said. What do you mean? Wang Ting asked angrily. Who gave you the face to compare yourself with an eternal stage marquis? Round Ball glanced at him from the corner of his eye. Wang Ting was infuriated. Round Ball was belittling him. The affronted Titan wouldn't dare cross over, so he beseeched the other, Deathbone, kill him for me. I can promise you anything. Enough. The other Devil Titan sneered. Idiot, we wouldn't be at a disadvantage if you hadn't made a move first. The second Titan was exasperated. He gritted his teeth and said, it is all because of this human. Wang Ting felt the monster's gaze on the other side of the rift land on him. Not only that, everyone else turned to look at him. All that attention scared him a little. Why are you looking at me? Wang Ting asked angrily, then said, this has nothing to do with me. He's just stupid. Raw, what did you say? The first Titan wanted to vomit blood. Isn't this so? You almost lost your life when trying to kill a celestial stage warrior. Aren't you stupid? Wang Ting mocked. The Devil Titan. General Cameron and the others. This fellow is quite courageous. He even dares to mock a Devil Titan. But, upon remembering his past actions, it wasn't strange. After all, it was just a verbal exchange, while their first clash was with real blows. Bear Brain was speechless as he looked at Wang Ting. This irritating human should have died a long time ago but he's still alive and kicking. How frustrating. Spirit Arm, you are becoming more and more childish. To actually be triggered by a celestial stage warrior, Deathbone replied with an eerie tone. Ha ha ha, interesting. Bai Shanhu gave Wang Ting a glance in approval. He knew that the latter had drawn him over. This young man is smart, making the Devil Titan attack to catch my attention. I will kill you. Devil Titan Spirit Arm squeezed the words through clenched teeth. I'm so scared. Don't come over, said Wang Ting, pretending to be scared. Everyone was speechless. Where is his dignity? Bai Shanhu sized the young hero up with interest. You. Devil Titan Spirit Arm was so angry he couldn't find words. The seemingly harmless reply was humiliating. After all, he couldn't go over. That was his weak spot. Wang Ting understood how amazing it felt to have a big boss lending a hand. Are you all fighting? Bai Shanhu smirked. If not, leave and stop wasting my time. Bai Shanhu, well, battle it out one day, said Deathbone coldly. I'll be waiting, the human expert replied fearlessly. What? This is it. Wang Ting didn't know what to say after hearing their conversation. They seemed to be scheduling a fight. We can't fight today, so let's catch up another time. Don't think too much. Eternal stage experts don't easily take action. It is a miracle that you make the Titan angry enough to attack you. Round Ball shook his head. Then, it gloated. Anyway, that Titan is in a poor state, too. He probably lost half his life, even if he survived. I think he's seriously injured. A pity he didn't die. Wang Ting's gaze turned sharp. Round Ball stuck out its tongue when noticing Wang Ting's killing intent. This fellow is nursing a grudge. HMPH. Titan Deathbone snorted. Then, he laughed and said, the war hasn't ended. Do you think you can win? Bai Shanhu frowned. Bear Brain, use the Devil Ovum, Deathbone ordered. Yes. Bear Brain blinked and pushed his hand down. The ovum flew out from the back of the obelisk scale dragon beast and floated in front of him. Bai Shanhu squinted when he saw the object. I can't make a move, but neither can you. Let's see what your people can do now. Deathbone laughed. Chapter 1330 Amalgamation. The Terrifying Devil Ovum. 1. Everyone's hearts shuddered as Devil Titan Deathbone's voice echoed in the air. The giant, pitch-black ball of flesh floated in front of Bear Brain's chest like a black heart, pulsing non-stop and giving off an evil, chaotic, and dark aura. The ominous influence swarmed in the air. The aura alone was enough to make them feel uncomfortable. Dark clouds seemed to be hanging over their hearts. The Devil Ovum. That was the Devil Ovum. The source of chaos and the start of a dark rebellion. The human warriors were familiar with that thing. Its notorious name frightened them, causing them to panic. In all of human history, There had been no way to stop the ovum after making an appearance. All living creatures in the light faction would be affected and fall into darkness. There was a time when a devil ovum exploded on a planet, and all life forms were turned into dark creatures before they could react. No one escaped. It was a tragedy. The situation wasn't timely controlled in the end, and the devil ovum started affecting all the planets within the galaxy. Countless life forms became slaves of darkness. It was a living hell. One could imagine how frightening the battles had been. Everything perished. Nothing survived. Places turned into dead lands. This would always happen once the devil ovum appeared. Hence, it was impossible for the martial warriors to remain calm when they saw a real devil ovum in front of them. Not everyone had seen one. The majority had merely learned its notorious name. Not having seen it before made their fear run deeper. Uncertainty was always scary. The devil ovum was totally infamous. If something went wrong, the entire defense planet number 29 would be buried because of their decision. They were feeling on edge at that crucial moment. Also, is this devil ovum the one we saw before? The size and appearance was completely different. The dark aura radiated was purer and denser. It was blood-curdling. They almost couldn't believe their eyes. After all, the one collected by Wang Ting was immature. It wasn't as big and the aura wasn't thick. However, this time, Bear Brain used his darkness origin crystals to feed the ovum. This one was already mature. It could charm and contaminate people on its own. There was no need to assign someone to control it. "Did you stuff it with pig feed?" Wang Teng exclaimed. He had seen it the day before, and it wasn't that big. How could it grow so much within a day? He could swear they gave pig feed to the thing. Bear Brain turned and felt the corners of his eyes twitch. He almost vomited blood. To hell with pig feed. Which devil ovum would eat such a thing? This is a devil ovum, not a pig. Bai Shanhu looked at Wang Teng, rendered speechless. The tense atmosphere was broken by the young lad in an instant. As for the other human warriors, the muscles on their faces trembled, not knowing what expression to show. However, they had to admit that the weight on their hearts seemed lighter after such disturbance. They looked at the devil ovum again, and couldn't help but think of a fat and pink creature, and the former wasn't as scary anymore. It even looked a little funny now. "Ignorant kid," said Devil Titan Spirit Arm with contempt. "Me? Ignorant?" Wang Ting's expression looked strange. He continued, "I snatched the devil ovum and took it back to my base last time. How can you say I'm ignorant?" "What?" Spirit Arm was surprised. He didn't know about this. Bear Brain's expression froze. F***K, this boy exposed this matter. He wanted to cover it up at first. Losing such a precious thing wasn't a small matter. They managed to recover it, but he would surely be reprimanded if the Devil Titan learned about it. He looked at Wang Ting as if wanting to kill him. "Bear Brain, what does he mean?" Devil Titan Deathbone asked in a cold voice. "Sir, this." Bear Brain didn't know how to explain. Bai Shanhu laughed and started spouting nonsense. "Ha ha ha, Deathbone, you didn't know about this. We took the devil ovum from you and researched it thoroughly. Naturally, he wouldn't pass up a chance to one-up the dark apparitions, even if it was just a verbal exchange." Bear Brain. Deathbone's voice turned grim. He had a bad feeling about this. The devil ovum had never been in human hands before. If they were telling the truth and they truly conducted some research on it, there was a chance that the ovum's effects would be heavily diminished. The item was like a nuclear weapon to them. If deciphered, they would lose all advantage. Bear Brain gritted his teeth and squeezed out a reply. "Sir, they did snatch the ovum, but we quickly recovered it. It is impossible for them to have any findings in such a short time." There was cold sweat on his forehead. "Mph, it better be that way." Deathbone snorted. "It might not be." Wang Tung smiled. "Bastard." Bear Brain was shocked. He wished he could stitch up the boy's mouth. Chapter 1331 Amalgamation. The Terrifying Devil Ovum. 2. The human was purposely making things difficult for Bear Brain. He had just pacified his Titan superior, but the fellow jumped up to unsettle the nest again. It was inhumane. If he ever found out that Wang Teng was Justin, the dark apparition whom he had high hopes for, he would probably want to slap himself. Bear Brain took a deep breath and asked, "What do you mean? Didn't you say we don't know anything? Why don't I prove it to you?" Wang Teng chuckled. He felt a little guilty. "No, Brain, don't blame me. We belong to different races, so we have no future together." Bai Shanhu felt even more satisfied with Wang Teng's performance. This fellow's not bad. He knows how to keep the conversation going. Let's see what he's planning to do. How will you prove it? Bear Brain felt that the human kid was going to make trouble again. He was nervous. "Let me call the devil ovum and see if it'll respond to me." Wang Teng pretended to be mysterious. Bear Brain was speechless. What kind of stupid method is this? Why would the devil ovum respond to him? Wasn't he overthinking a bit too much? Bai Shanhu was caught between laughter and tears. The lad's stratagem was quite strange. However, General Cameron had already told him about Wang Ting's plans through voice transmission a second prior. What faces would the apparitions make upon realizing that something was wrong with their prized ovum? How interesting that would be. No one noticed that the ovum shuddered at the sight of Wang Ting. The movement was minimal. Aside from the ovum itself, no one else had noticed. The ovoid entity was in a bad mood at the moment. Hatred welled up inside when it saw Wang Ting, but the feeling was soon replaced by uncontrollable fear. "It's him. It's him. This is the human that sucked up all my darkness origin and almost killed me. Someone even studied my body. That was the most somber period of its life. This human is a devil." They were meeting once again. It was far from that devil's hand, but it felt nervous for some reason. The sensation was akin to having something dangerous pressing on its body. The ovum wished it could leave that place and escape from that devil's vision. "Haha, listen well." Wang Ting sensed the ovum's abnormal behavior and sniggered. Then, he shouted, "Devil ovum, silence." The latter didn't show any response. No sounds were made. The thing trembled. "Ha ha ha," Bear Brain laughed and said, "See? Why would the devil ovum respond to a human like you?" "Oh yeah." Wang Ting gave the latter a strange smile. "You're just trying to draw attention." Deathbone snorted and said, "Bear Brain, quick, ignore him and have the ovum start contaminating. I want to see this planet be destroyed and turning into our dark territory." "Yes." Bear Brain turned serious. He then ignored Wang Ting's taunts and started to activate the ovum. "Devil ovum, looks like you don't recognize me anymore." Wang Ting squinted. Just then, the ovum gave a shrill cry as if having suppressed its emotions for a long time. It was unable to bear the pressure anymore. "This devil is too scary." Bear Brain was stunned. The Titan's Deathbone and Spirit Arm were also confused. They stared at each other in disbelief, wondering if the whole thing was an illusion. The devil ovum cried. Is it responding to the human? But, it sounded a little fearful. Yes, fearful. The Titans were certain they heard fear in the devil ovum's cry. What is happening? Why would the devil ovum fear a celestial stage human? This is not right. Wang Teng smiled at Bear Brain and asked calmly, "What do you think?" Bear Brain controlled his astonishment, throwing an angry question instead. "What did you do to the devil ovum?" Wang Teng replied with some nonsense, "I told you that we've studied the devil ovum inside and out. It listens to us now, so it will respond to me." "Why should I believe you?" Bear Brain felt his world collapse. He didn't want to believe what the human was saying, but he couldn't be certain, given the ovum's response. Something he was unaware of took place, which caused the ovum to react. General Cameron and the others wore strange expressions. Their facial muscles twitched as they tried to hold their laughter when they saw Bear Brain's confused face. The high-tier Devil Emperor got fooled by Wang Ting. Is this fellow a bit daft? He's a bit low in the intelligence department. Deathbone couldn't watch anymore, so he urged, "Enough. Bear Brain, start now." Bear Brain regained his composure. He furrowed his brow, feeling he had been played by the human, so he shot a cold glance at the latter. He decided not to speak to Wang Teng anymore, in case he got distracted again. Boom. The next instant, a frightening force fluctuation erupted from Bear Brain's body. He raised his hand and the devil ovum flew up into the sky. What is he doing? Everyone's expressions changed as they looked up. A black light flashed past Bear Brain's eyes. An immense surge of constellation dark force flowed through like a powerful river. Chapter 1332 Amalgamation. The terrifying devil ovum. 3. Boom. A loud noise was made by the devil ovum as it started to expand. In the blink of an eye, it was already several dozen, hundreds of meters wide, and it kept on expanding. Everyone's pupils were like pinpoints, horrified to see the unexpected change of the cocoon. Bai Shanhu became serious as well, so he sent out a voice transmission. How confident are you? Bai Shanhu. Wang Teng was taken aback. He didn't think that the expert would make direct contact. Around 70 to 80%. 70 to 80%. Bai Shanhu's gaze changed, then he nodded. That's enough. Wang Ting looked at the growing ovum and asked with a serious look on his face, do we make a move now? There's no hurry. Let's wait it out first, Bai Shanhu said. No hurry. Wang Teng could only be impressed by the latter's calm demeanor. He had already planned to detonate the devil bombs, but now he could only pause the plan. Bai Shanhu was probably thinking about something else, possibly using this as a chance to observe the ovum's development. There weren't many opportunities to study the enemy without worrying about the consequences. In any case, our hero would simply do what the boss said. Even if there was a problem, the latter would take care of it. There was nothing to be afraid of. The devil ovum kept expanding, and was almost a kilometer wide as it hovered in the sky, casting a large shadow on the ground, blocking the sky and the sun. The large body had a powerful, gradual pulse, with wiggling, densely packed vein-like tubes. It looked frightening. The human fighters were terrified, slack-jawed, and silent for a long time. There was only silence. Extremely terrifying. The devil ovum was beyond terrifying. Can we really deal with something like this? Is that the ovum's complete body? Wang Teng was curious. He didn't feel as wary, having seen a fair share of such creatures. Our hero had already gotten used to it. The dark apparitions had strange and disgusting techniques. The devil ovum's transformation was considered one of the best ones. Ha ha ha, die, said Devil Emperor Bearbrain all of a sudden. His upper body appeared on top of the devil ovum. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed. No one had noticed the moment Bearbrain merged with the ovum. His lower body had merged with the cocoon, and black blood vessels were connected to it. His upper body became extremely massive and was clearly visible, even though he was attached to the ovum. Bai Shanhu appeared next to Wang Teng and disclosed his thoughts. I see, even if it's a complete ovum, it still needs a high-tier devil emperor to amalgamate. Humans had never discovered this secret before. Wang Teng asked with a solemn expression. We had seen it a few times, but we never discovered this fact. Bai Shanhu shook his head. That's why I allowed the ovum to reach this stage. I wanted to find out the truth. Wang Teng was surprised, since he didn't know that the cocoon was so mysterious. Had they not chosen to take the initiative and attack this time, they would have probably not seen the ovum's true face. Swoosh. What's this? Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He sensed something both familiar and special coming from the black mist. It was probably the medium through which the devil ovum enchanted others. Concurrently, large amounts of attribute bubbles fell out and floated around the mist. So many attribute bubbles. Wang Ting rushed to collect them. Enchanting mist *30, enchanting mist *50, enchanting mist *20 her. Wang Teng exclaimed softly. Enchanting mist was another enchantment technique. Wait, this is for large-scale enchantments. He finally realized what was going on and his expression changed drastically. There was no time for him to study attribute bubbles, so he immediately shouted at the martial warriors below. Retreat! Everyone, get out of the black mist's range. Stay away from it. Hurry! Everyone snapped out of their shock and darted away into the distance before even processing what was happening. They could sense the graveness of the situation based on the young official's voice. Wang Ting. General Cameron and the others approached Wang Teng, wanting to ask why the order was issued. General Cameron, take everyone and get out of this area first, Wang Teng said without any further explanation. The officials had doubts, clueless about the young man's purpose. Listen to him and leave the area. Just him and me will be enough, Bai Shanhu said calmly. Yes. General Cameron and the others were taken aback. They wanted to know what was going on, but could only obey Bai Shanhu's words. They then took the martial warriors away and retreated from the forest. The black mist released by the devil ovum was covering a wide range. Judging by the speed, it would cover the entire mountain range. Bear Brain didn't care about them. There was a look of disdain in his eyes. Do these humans think they can run away? Once the devil ovum is initiated, the whole planet will go down, no one would be able to escape. I didn't expect you to stay. Bai Shanhu looked at Wang Ting with great interest. I have nothing to be afraid of while you are here, Wang Teng replied with a fawning smile. Ha ha ha, you're really interesting. I rarely see any juniors as interesting as you. Bai Shanhu laughed heartily. Is it that funny? Wang Teng didn't have the energy to complain. He then asked, Senior, do we keep on waiting? Let me have another look. Bai Shanhu stood with hands behind his back as he looked at the devil ovum. His eyes were flickering, as if observing something within. Wang Ting had no choice but to wait. Bai Shanhu, looks like you're about to lose, said Deathbone with indifference, all the way from the other side of the rift. It's too early to be happy, Bai Shanhu replied. Ph, stubborn even while about to die. Deathbone scoffed. Boom. Suddenly, the black mist surrounding the devil ovum started spreading towards the surroundings. It was extremely fast, and the progress was clearly visible. Everything will end right here. Bear Brain opened his arms, as if ready to embrace the dark apparition's new land. Bai Shanhu glanced at Bear Brain and sneered. Wang Ting, you can do it now. All right. I can't wait any longer. Wang Ting smirked and shouted, Devil Emperor Bear Brain, everything is over. The eluded monster frowned. He looked at Wang Ting, but didn't know what the former implied by that. Wang Ting wasn't interested in striking up a conversation. He uttered a single word, boom, 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 boom. There was a sequence of continuous explosions inside the devil ovum. The horrifyingly powerful blasts almost covered the ovum's whole body. Bear Brain's eyes widened. His face was full of horror as he roared angrily, What is going on? Unfortunately, the only answer he got was the sound of explosions. The black mist stopped spreading, as if something were resisting it. Bye-bye. Wang Teng waved at Devil Emperor Bear Brain. It was you. Bear Brain stared furiously at Wang Teng in disbelief. This must be his doing. It must be him. Boom. It was already too late when he realized what happened. The terrifying force within the ovum exploded. No. Bear Brain could only let out a frustrated roar before being drowned out by the roars of the explosion. The black mist instantly rose into the sky, scattered under the dimensional rift like black fireworks. Chapter 1333 Clear Arrangements for the Obelisk Scale Dragon Beast. 1. Black fireworks blossomed, and a mushroom cloud rose in the sky. Earth-shattering explosions echoed in the air. It was an astonishing scene. The devil ovum was humongous, and produced a majestic effect when it exploded. What happened? Why did the devil ovum explode? Countless thoughts started floating in their minds. Not even the pair of devil titans understood the situation. Shueluan, Jeffried, and the other mid-tier devil emperors were similarly affected, taking a good while to regain their composure. General Cameron and the others had just pulled back, moving to an area just outside the mountain range when they heard the distant explosion. They looked back anxiously. Did he do it? Excitement swarmed into General Qi Yuanju's eyes. I think so. Such an explosion was surely enough to kill the ovum, wasn't it? General Kimberly clenched her fists tightly as she stared at the explosion in the depths of the forest. Colonel Wang Ting has achieved an impressive feat. I don't know how he did it, General Yukeri lamented with amazement. There's hope for us as long as the devil ovum is destroyed. I must ask for credits to be awarded to Colonel Wang Ting. General Cameron was just as excited. Everyone, prepare to retaliate. There's no need to fear the apparitions if the ovum is out of the equation. Ha ha ha, That's right. What else is there to be afraid of? I will give the order immediately. Time to kick their s. The generals quickly switched to a more coarse language, cursing left and right. Then, they turned and swiftly went to the battlecrafts and started making arrangements for a reversal. Below the dimensional rift, Bai Shanhu blocked the light with a hand as he looked at the explosion in the sky. He exclaimed, "TSK, TSK, now this is a powerful explosion. It blasted from within, right? How did you do it?" He didn't understand how the young fellow had placed the explosives inside the evil cocoon. Also, it wasn't just one bomb, the thing wouldn't have shattered if otherwise. It was hard to understand. Placing one bomb was complicated enough, let alone that many. Moreso, none of the apparitions notice a thing. Were they blind? This is unbelievable. Cough, I fed explosives to the thing and it kept on eating. That's all. Wang Ting coughed awkwardly when he saw the human powerhouse's gaze. That's it. Bai Shanhu glanced at the young hero with a strange and meaningful expression. Yes, that's it. Wang Ting nodded seriously. Looks like you have many secrets, Bai Shanhu teased with a smile. How could he reveal that he turned into a dark apparition and sneaked into their base? That would sound absurd. Bai Shanhu would probably feel inclined to cut him up and examine his body if the man knew the boy possessed Constellation Dark Force. After all, the latter had been able to possess pure dark force and not be contaminated by it. The explosions started to subside, and the black mist also dispersed. A faint outline could be seen. Roar. An agonizing cry was heard, seemingly from an injured wild beast, filled with anger and madness. Your explosion can destroy the devil ovum, but killing a high-tier devil emperor isn't that easy, Bai Shanhu said. Wang Ting nodded, having predicted the outcome. A high-tier devil emperor was extremely powerful. He couldn't assure that those devil bombs could kill one. It was unrealistic. If devil bombs were that powerful, there would have been universe-stage martial warriors everywhere, no longer considered formidable. The black mist faded away completely, revealing the devil ovum's appearance. The giant cocoon was in a disastrous state, riddled with holes and dents by the explosion. A thick, black liquid oozed out of them, which seemed to be blood. The strong pulsations had become extremely weak. The thing was gradually shrinking to preserve its last ounce of vitality. The devil bombs exploded within its body, destroying a large part of its darkness origin. It wasn't able to maintain its large form anymore. Such damage would have been impossible to replicate if it occurred outside the ovum. However, Wang Teng was tricky, managing to stuff the bombs inside the body. The blast crushed the ovum's foundation directly. It was like swallowing a sharp blade down your throat. Who could ever bear with the pain? A black mist floated up. It was the enchanting mist, a smoke produced by the explosion. There were also many attribute bubbles floating in the mist. The great explosion actually forced attribute bubbles out from the cocoon. Collect. Wang Ting hurriedly released his spiritual power and all the attribute bubbles flew towards him. Enchanting Mist *100 Enchantment *200 Darkness Origin *100 Enchanting Mist *200 Darkness Origin *120 Enchantment *150 Constellation Force, Dark *2600. Chapter 1334 Clear Arrangements for the Obelisk Scale Dragon Beast. 2. Even the darkness origin was forced out. Guess I don't have to suction the thing anymore. Wang Teng was elated. He needed to be in close contact with the devil ovum if he wanted to absorb its darkness origin. It meant that some concealing skills were needed, making for a troublesome task. Nothing was as simple as picking up attributes. Some time passed, and our hero collected all the attribute bubbles. There were 4 main types of bubble drops from the ovum: Darkness Origin, Enchanting Mist, Enchantment, and Constellation Dark Force. Wang Teng collected 1600 points of Darkness Origin, his biggest harvest yet. The strong power and the associated enlightenment was of great help to him. Darkness Origin, 2110,000, first rank. There were 2100 points of Enchanting Mist. Adding it to the 800 he had collected some time before, our hero's proficiency in that skill reached the well-versed stage. Enchanting Mist, 1903,000, well-versed, The difference between enchanting mist and enchantment was that the former was invisible and directed at a single individual, while the latter acted in the form of a black mist and would be able to enchant within a large range. Once our hero grasped that large-scale enchantment skill, he would be unable to release the enchanting mist when he wanted to charm a certain group of people. He didn't need to enchant them one by one. This skill is quite scary. Enchanting one person was scary enough, but now he could enchant an entire group, which was scary after thinking about it. Wang Teng felt that it was unadvisable to easily reveal the skill, or he would become a public enemy. Humans were afraid of anything odd. Wang Teng was the odd one. Fortunately, he concealed his abilities well, then acted in a blur when he had to. Thus, no one knew too much about his secrets. As for the enchantment attribute, he collected 3,200 points in total, a good amount which would allow his enchantment to reach the specialized stage. Enchantment, 605,000, specialized. Lastly, he received 31,200 points of Constellation Dark Force. He picked up many Dark Force attributes before this, so when added together, it would reach the perfected 9th level Celestial stage. Actually, it exceeded that limit. He could break through and enter the Cosmos stage, but he forcefully suppressed that step. None of his other forces had attained the perfected 9th level Celestial stage. It wasn't the right time to advance. Furthermore, only Celestial stage martial warriors could partake in the League of Talents. He would miss a big break if he jumped to the Cosmos stage. Splat! A strange sound was heard. Wang Teng looked up. Devil Emperor Bearbrain was struggling to climb out from the devil ovum. The blood vessels connecting him to the ovum were torn, one by one. Black blood oozed out, and there was even something akin to muscle tissue compound being torn and detached from the devil ovum. Devil Emperor No Brain is hurt. Wang Teng squinted. Bai Shanhu said, the devil ovum exploded while they were still connected, and he couldn't make it out in time. The bomb wouldn't have affected him, at all. What a pleasant surprise. Useless. Titan Deathbone's icy voice resounded, originating from some place on the other side of the rift. He was angry at Bearbrain. Their perfect plan was ruined, and the devil ovum was damaged. Useless. Bearbrain managed to escape. Blood had drenched his gigantic body, while his dark red hair was all messy. He lowered his head, not making a sound. However, the killing intent was obvious. This high-tier Devil Emperor is going crazy. You should retreat a little. It's Senior Cameron's turn now, Cameron said. A sonic boom was heard the moment he finished talking. Wang Teng turned and saw General Cameron and the others returning to the battlefield. Leave this high-tier Devil Emperor to me. Y'all can take care of the mid-tier Devil Emperors, said General Cameron, waving a hand and charging towards Bearbrain. Die. Die. All of you must die. Bearbrain had gone berserk. He started with a low bellow, which morphed into a scream in the end. His cry shot right into the sky. Boom. A terrifying aura exploded from within his body. He stepped on the devil ovum, creating black airwaves that swept in all directions and disappearing shortly after. General Cameron dashed forward. Both parties increased their speed to the maximum, and instantly collided in the air. A deafening explosion was heard. The leading general was an earth element martial warrior. His body exuded a dazzling yellow glow, while a dark red glow burst from the Bearbrain's body. Wisps of dark red flames intertwined his body. The two of them had kept colliding in the air, just like two huge balls of light. The space around them shook, numerous dimensional rifts being formed. Their battle flattened a few mountains, and destroyed everything in their path. In the end, both parties went further and flew toward outer space. Their fight was so destructive they needed to go into space to go all out. Defense Planet number 29 would burst completely. On the other side, General Qi Yuanju and the others rushed forward and started an intense battle with Shualuan and the other mid-tier Devil Emperors. Kill. 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 The human warriors launched a counterattack and charged towards the dark apparitions. The latter roared in anger, dashing towards their enemies furiously. The war continued. Chapter 1335 Clear Arrangements for the Obelisk Scale Dragon Beast. 3. Roar. Just then, a thunderous roar resounded in the air. Everyone looked down, feeling surprised. The ground was trembling. Numerous cracks appeared on the ground. Trees started to tumble and mountains were splitting. A terrifying behemoth shook its body and bellowed toward the sky. The dark behemoth finally moved. Wang Teng became grim as he stared at the massive apparition crawled up. The obelisk scale dragon beast. Bai Shanhu shook his head and rubbed his temples. This is a little troublesome. It was a universe stage creature, so he could easily deal with it. However, it would be really troublesome for the other human warriors present. Boom! The ground shook as the great dragon slowly rose from the ground. There was a loud bang when each foot landed. After that, its body started to expand. It was hill-sized at first, and then gradually pushed against the valley walls and changed the terrain. The human warriors and the apparitions nearby scrambled to escape. The massive dragon opened its mouth. The few humans who couldn't evade in time were bitten by it. Fresh blood spurted out. Then, the behemoth ignored the other humans and soared into the sky, heading straight into outer space. The creature's body kept expanding as it flew up. The onlookers were able to see its whole body as it left the mountains, the region, and went up into space. The beast was as gigantic as a planet. Gulp. Many people swallowed saliva out of reflex, visibly shocked. Some even forgot to breathe. This is bad. It's going up to help Bear Brain. Wang Teng looked serious. Such development was surprising. He knew that the obelisk-scale dragon beast was a dark behemoth who could enlarge its body, yet he was still amazed after seeing this in person. Among all the monsters he had seen before, only the devouring Nihility beast could compare. However, the latter was inside the core of the planet, so he didn't get to see its entire body. Cameron is in trouble. Bai Shanhu shook his head. Wang Teng felt at a loss when he noticed the other man's expression. How can he remain so calm when he knows that General Cameron is in trouble? Were all bosses this indifferent? What do we do now? Do we have other universe stage warriors? Wang Teng asked. They are not here. It's difficult to mobilize them. There are many implications, Bai Shanhu replied calmly. Are we just going to watch as he is surrounded? Wang Teng asked. Don't worry. Let's stand aside and look first. Bai Shanhu placed his hand on Wang Teng's shoulder, and both of them disappeared. The devil ovum was also gone. Bai Shanhu had taken it with him. In space. A terrifying universe-level behemoth floating in the pitch-black void. Some distance ahead of the latter, two figures collided fiercely, with powerful impact waves being swept all over. All the asteroids around them had been destroyed. Roar. The obelisk-scale dragon beast roared and raised a claw to slap one of the figures down. Space was compressed, and a terrifying force was brought forth. The great dragon was massive, but also fast. Its claw was right above the enemy human within the blink of an eye. Wang Teng and Bai Shanhu saw this as soon as they reappeared. Their pupils shrank. Be careful. The great dragon's target was General Cameron. However, the claw only passed by empty air. The general took notice in a timely manner and evaded. Boom! A giant light blade slashed down some distance away. There seemed to be no end to the long blade. It slammed directly on the giant dragon. Roar! The creature gave an angry roar. A trail of blood appeared on its back. It was indeed injured. No matter how tough its body was, it would be impossible to remain unscathed after being hit by a universe warrior's blade. Furthermore, the humongous creature made for an easy target. Another blade arrived from somewhere in the void. Boom! This time, the weapon went straight for the head. The obelisk-scale dragon beast roared, and a blinding dark yellow ray of light was shot by its body, which formed a light shield above its head. Clang! A metallic sound was heard. The blade glow crashed into the shield and was blocked. Bear Brain wasn't a dawdler. He held his dark red battle mace and hurled moves back at the spot where the attacks came from. Space shook, and thin cracks started to appear. General Cameron was forced out of his hiding spot. He had no choice but to give up attacking the great dragon and aim for Bear Brain. Boom! Both parties collided again. The great dragon joined in and slapped its giant claws in the air, compressing space within. General Cameron seemed a little overwhelmed. The human leader was at a disadvantage when dealing with the combined effort of the dragon and the elder apparition. "We can't continue like this," Wang Ting said in a gloomy tone. "It doesn't seem realistic to let Cameron handle those two on his own," Bai Shanhu said calmly. "Boss, can you be less indifferent in such difficult times?" Wang Ting wanted to voice his complaint, but that was an eternal stage marquis, so he decided to keep quiet. He just stared at the other intently. Bai Shanhu couldn't stand Wang Ting's gaze anymore and coughed awkwardly. "Cough, all right, use the planet annihilation cannon." Chapter 1336 Clear Arrangements for the Obelisk Scale Dragon Beast. 4. Wang Ting was surprised, yet he quickly reacted. The planet annihilation cannon. Right, they didn't have any more universe warriors, but they had a universe-level force weapon. The weapon wasn't as suitable to go against same-level powerhouses since it was hard to take proper aim, but the obelisk scale dragon beast was huge. It was the best target. "Where's the planet annihilation cannon?" Wang Ting asked in a hurry. "It's right there," said Bai Shanhu as he glanced at a natural satellite orbiting defense planet number 29. Wang Ting blinked in understanding. The cannon had always been on satellite number 3. There were 5 natural satellites spinning around the planet with simple numbering as names. Bai Shanhu had pointed at the 3rd satellite just then. Actually, there were powerful force weapons mounted on each satellite, but the Great Dragon was within the 3rd moon's shooting range. Bai Shanhu exclaimed, "You didn't know about this?" "The universe behemoth could make a move at any time, so we had to keep powerful force weapons at the ready." Wang Ting felt he was being looked down upon. This Bai Shanhu is a little cheeky. Isn't he an elder? Can't he be more amiable? However, once he pondered about it, there had been arrangements already made to tackle the giant dragon. Just as they spoke, a powerful glow lit up the 3rd satellite, sweeping out terrifying force fluctuations. The planet annihilation cannon was gathering energy. Roar. The giant dragon sensed that something was off, so it gave an uneasy roar. Dark yellow force began to churn and consolidate, forming a thick and solid light shield. Boom. In the next moment, on satellite number 3, a brilliant glow erupted, shooting straight to the obelisk scale dragon beast. An explosion blasted through space. The powerful cannon fired and a pillar of light extended from the 3rd satellite, all the way to the obelisk scale dragon beast. The terrifying force attack landed on the creature in an instant. The cannon attack landed on the dark yellow shield and froze for a second. However, cracks started to appear on the light shield after a short while, spreading like spiderwebs. Roar. The great dragon let out a furious roar. Dark yellow force surged out and seeped into the light shield continuously. Wang Ting looked grim. This giant dragon is very powerful. It managed to block the planet annihilation cannon. Useless. Bai Shanhu smirked. Boom. The dark yellow shield shattered the moment he stopped speaking, and the beam landed on the behemoth's body. Roar. The dragon beast's voice changed. It now roared while conveying an excruciating pain due to the cannon move, piercing its body. Blood was splattered, floating in space. Wang Ting was taken aback. The planet annihilation cannon was awesome. One shot was enough to injure the giant dragon, a creature known for having amazing defenses. Wang Ting wanted to hit the thumbs up button continuously for the weapon. Wang Ting knew how tough the scales of the creature were, but they were like tofu to the planet annihilation cannon. They would be completely unable to resist its terrifying strength. Bai Shanhu placed his hands behind his back and said calmly, "See? Nothing to worry about. Boss is showing off again." Wang Ting really wanted to buy a watermelon and sit by the side so he could enjoy the battle. Bai Shanhu seemed to be saying this is nothing. Sit down, relax, and enjoy the show with his expression. Roar. The obelisk scale dragon beast howled in pain. Anger burned in its beastly eyes as it opened its giant mouth. A huge, dark yellow ball of light was quickly taking form. That cannon fire made it angry. It now wants to settle accounts with the original planet annihilation cannon. Wang Ting's expression changed. What? Wang Ting was stunned. Go and distract the dragon beast. Are you going to let it attack the cannon? Bai Shanhu asked. Wait, me? The young hero felt at a loss. The monster was powerful. Going there would be like asking for death. Boss, don't play with me like this. Who else? Me. Bai Shanhu acted speechless. I can't beat it. Wang Ting shook his head. He wouldn't do this. I asked you to distract it, not fight with it. Use your space skills. Bai Shanhu urged, if you don't act, the planet annihilation cannon will be destroyed. F***K. Wang Ting's expression changed. He knew there was no time to hesitate, so he rushed out with a bitter expression. His eyes shimmered as he thought of a way to deal with the dark behemoth. Fighting face-on wasn't an option, he needed to use outflanking tactics. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. He thought of the divine sonic wave. This was a spiritual sound technique he gained from the Ant-Man Queen, which should be suitable for the occasion. He didn't need to go forward, it would be enough to attack from a distance. However, he had only mastered the move up to the foundation stage. Such proficiency wasn't enough, so he couldn't execute it quickly. There was no other choice, he could only add points to improve it. Wang Ting gritted his teeth and added his remaining blank attributes to this technique. The divine sonic wave soared through the well-versed and the specialized stage, ultimately reaching the small achievement stage. Wang Ting stopped abruptly, not daring to get too close. Then, almost instantly, he shouted at the obelisk scale dragon beast. Invisible sound waves and spiritual power were combined, forming a spirit soundwave combo that surged straight to the giant dragon. The creature had a light sphere in its mouth at the moment, close to completion. Conversely, the planet annihilation cannon was almost ready to fire. Wang Ting's attack entered the battlefield abruptly, causing the gargantuan creature to feel dizzy for a second. However, it recovered quickly, being a universe-stage dark behemoth, even while spiritual attacks weren't its strong suit. Our hero didn't give it another chance to react. He released another sonic attack. The great dragon got dizzy again. It was furious when it recovered. The beast was fuming. It turned to glare at the nearby little human with a sharp and cold gaze. Wang Ting's head turned numb. He frantically pointed. Oh look, an airplane. Boom. The planet annihilation cannon finished charging up thanks to Wang Ting's stalling, then fired. The dragon beast squinted, feeling an unprecedented sense of danger. It quickly turned, no longer caring about Wang Ting. The incomplete dark, yellow ball of light was spat. Boom. The cannon's blast collided with the light sphere, producing an ear-splitting explosion. A powerful wake ensued, turning asteroids into dust. Bai Shanhu waved a hand and blocked the impact, protecting defense planet number 29 behind him. The incomplete beast attack wasn't a match for the cannon, so it crumbled under the strain. The massive blast continued its path unimpeded, slamming into the obelisk-scale dragon beast. Roar! A cry of agony was heard. This time, the blast pierced through the beast's head, creating a hole in its eye. It was tragic. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. Is it dead? It's not so easy. The beast has a strong vitality, Bai Shanhu replied. It's escaping. Wang Ting was dumbfounded. Chapter 1337A Difficult Battle, Killing the Obelisk-Scale Dragon Beast. 1. It ran. It looked majestic a short while before, as if able to swallow stars and the moon. But now, it was just fleeing for dear life. Where did that overwhelming presence go? Wang Ting couldn't believe it. It seemed inconsistent and even unreal. Most importantly, the giant dragon chose to escape without a shred of hesitation, like acting out a long-practiced move. It even seemed a little timid. TSK, this dragon beast is really something, Bai Shanhu exclaimed. On the other side, Devil Emperor Bearbrain's face turned dark. The massive dragon was basically useless, merely fleeing after the last attack. Ha ha ha. General Cameron laughed heartily. He could finally attack as he wished since the dragon's restraint had been removed. Wielding his sword, he slashed repeatedly at Bearbrain. Get lost. Bearbrain was furious. The battle mace was wrapped in flames hot enough to burn the skies, which then turned into a huge hammer glow to smash forth. It was a terrifying battle which spanned an unimaginable distance, reaching all the way towards space. Wang Tung's eyes flickered. He said to Bai Shanhu, Senior, I'm going after the dragon beast. I can't let it escape. Bai Shanhu raised his eyebrow and asked meaningfully, weren't you afraid of getting close to it before? What's different now? Haha, it's heavily injured after all. I should be fine if I'm careful. Wang Tung chuckled. Go figure. Chase it if you wish, Bai Shanhu replied. Okay, Wang Tung said and rushed in the direction the dragon took as it escaped. It had already gone far into the distance. Even with his eyesight, he could barely see a black spot. Bai Shanhu couldn't help but shake his head and smile when he noticed the young one's excited look. Our hero went and directly used space techniques to chase the monster at an extremely fast speed. The latter noticed it was being chased, so it moved faster. It was hard to imagine that massive body moving at such a terrifying speed. Wang Tung's face turned dark. Is this dragon beast a mouse? Why is it so fast? Where's the dark behemoth presence from before? Our hero felt at a loss. He used everything: wind force, space techniques, including the wings of wind and lightning. You could hear the faint sounds of wind and thunder whenever the wings flapped. His speed was far beyond what a Cosmos stage martial warrior could achieve. However, compared to the universe stage creature, the difference was huge, even if the dragon was injured. Round Ball's voice echoed just then, Wang Teng, there's no one else in the vicinity. You can use the Devil Slayer now. Wang Teng immediately took out the Devil Slayer and entered it in a flash. This showed how deep his trust towards Round Ball ran. He hardly gave it any thought. The Devil Slayer's size was comparable to that of the obelisk scale dragon beast. The force engines started, and the Devil Slayer made a roaring sound. It then left an afterimage, disappearing from the current spot. A universe-tier spacecraft could naturally match the dragon's pace. It was also equipped with universe-level weapons on it, which made it possible to deal with the creature. It was fortunate that Wang Ting could store the vessel. Otherwise, it would be complicated to make use of it. The dragon beast was startled by the appearance of the Devil Slayer. The ship wasn't any slower. The beast couldn't outrun it, no matter how fast it accelerated. The dragon felt aggrieved. A fierce light flashed in its only eye as it let out a loud roar and flew towards a desolate area. The creature knew who was giving chase. It was the small ant that made it suffer deeply. Its hatred towards Wang Ting even surpassed what it felt about the planet annihilation cannon. After all, the cannon was a mere object and Wang Ting was a live human, the culprit that directly caused it to suffer grievous injuries. The human was just a celestial stage warrior. Even while injured, killing the ant would be a piece of cake. The dragon beast was confident, and full of hatred. Star beasts were often vengeful. It wanted to kill Wang Ting immediately right after making sure that no one else was after it. The chase continued. Wang Ting was much faster on the ship and was closing up the distance. Round Ball appeared in front of Wang Ting inside the spacecraft, then noticed where they were headed. This big guy seems to be deliberately leading us to a remote place. I know. It probably wants revenge. Wang Ting sneered. Well, stay far enough and bait it. Hee. I'm afraid this big guy hasn't experienced a beating. It doesn't know that humans are sinister. Round Ball snickered. Chapter 1338: A Difficult Battle, Killing the Obelisk Scale Dragon Beast. 2. You make me feel like a big villain. Wang Ting had a tough time finding words. Round Ball squinted at him. It felt like he was saying, aren't you? Roar. The obelisk scale dragon beast suddenly stopped. Its one good eye looked fierce, while the other one was oozing blood, adding to a body covered in wounds. A dark yellow ball began to condense in its mouth, aimed at the Devil Slayer. Dodge. Wang Ting ordered, prepare to attack. The Devil Slayer immediately began to charge up while under Round Ball's control. Boom. The dark yellow sphere of light was fired by the dragon. It was so fast it turned into a beam as it rushed to the Devil Slayer. Wang Ting was prepared, though. The ship started its left engine, easily avoiding the attack by the smallest of margins. Concurrently, the ship's weapons were fully charged. They were fired towards the giant dragon. Boom. 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 Several cannons were fired at the same time, all with tremendous power. The volley formed an encirclement, surrounding the creature. Roar! The obelisk scale dragon beast hurriedly dodged, but was still struck by some of the cannons. The terrifying force struck its body and bombarded it. Its entire body moved backwards and slammed against a meteorite, smashing it into pieces. Boom! The massive dragon was enraged. It rushed out from the shattered meteorite and charged towards the Devil Slayer. Wang Teng and Round Ball wouldn't give it any chances. The ship maneuvered a perfect drift and appeared in another direction, followed by another volley of blasts at the creature. Boom! 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 The scene was so touching that the dragon wanted to cry. It was being bombarded again. They were adopting large-scale attacks. Hits would land even if the dragon dodged part of them. Those attacks would have felt like a drizzle in a usual scenario. The beast could have forced its way through to reach the spacecraft and destroy it. Just one smack could have rendered the spacecraft into scrap pieces. It was heavily injured, though. Its offensive, defenses, and speed were significantly reduced, leaving the creature feeling extremely sorrowful. It was being played. A dark behemoth, actually forced into a corner by a celestial stage human. Roar! The giant dragon howled in frustration. However, it was greeted by another bombardment. Wang Teng would never show any mercy. 5 bombardment rounds later, the obelisk scale dragon beast knew it could no longer approach the spacecraft. It was frustrated, but could only give up and escape towards the starry sky. No matter what, staying alive was more important. It's running again. Round Ball's expression turned weird, as it quickly controlled the Devil Slayer to chase after it. "Wait," said Wang Teng. "We're not chasing." Just as Round Ball asked, it saw the dragon suddenly turn its head abruptly, catching the little one off guard, scaring it. "Fire the universe-level force cannon," said Wang Teng as he walked out of the cabin. "Damn, I almost fell for it." Round Ball's expression turned dark. It was fortunate that Wang Ting gave a timely heads-up. The ship retreated and began charging up the cannon. "What are you going to do?" "I'll go out for a walk." "Just get ready." Wang Ting jumped out of the spacecraft right after his reply. A set of crimson armor instantly covered the young man's body, the universe battle armor, as he would never act complacently when facing a behemoth. The obelisk-scale dragon beast's eyes turned red when it saw the human show up. It then let out a loud roar and charged towards Wang Ting in a mad rage. "Roar! This small ant. This is the small ant that forced me into a corner." The dragon wanted to tear him to pieces, chew him hard and swallow him. So fierce. Wang Ting raised his eyebrow and dodged the beast's move. A strange sound wave came out of his mouth. The beast was already prepared for sonic techniques, immediately concentrating its spirit to block. It was previously hit twice because of the novelty. The same trick wouldn't work this time. Sure enough, the sound waves were unable to do much after entering its mind. The heaven stage spiritual body displayed its strength. Roar! The great dragon let out a loud roar laced with a hint of joy. However, it suddenly felt dizzy before happiness could set in. What's going on? The dizziness only lasted a few seconds, followed by bewilderment once it recovered. Wang Teng wanted to laugh when he noticed this. The dragon beast really was an idiot. It was tricked that easily. To think he had actually been worried a moment before. He didn't use divine sonic wave this last time. It was another sonic technique, which was stronger and more peculiar. It was the actual devil sound wave from the devil ovum. Chapter 1339A Difficult Battle, Killing the Obelisk Scale Dragon Beast. 3. The devil sound wave left no traces, and could be hidden within the divine sonic wave. The massive dragon wasn't skilled in the spirit department, so it would go unnoticed. Honestly, the obelisk scale dragon beast's pleased expression was a little funny. The fellow had thought it was a cut above, yet Wang Teng was already at the top. It became furious due to embarrassment. What a sly little human. Even someone as smart as myself was tricked by me. As expected, all humans are bad. The beast complained, yet became more vigilant of any sonic attacks. The attack went through, even when blocking. Something wasn't right. Just then, the terrifying force fluctuation from the Devil Slayer attracted its attention. The dragon glared at Wang Ting and decided to disregard him for now. It then rushed towards the ship. There was a sense of threat coming from the force attack being prepared. The beast moved to prevent the attack from being launched. The creature was as intelligent as a human, and knew it would have been hurt if our hero hadn't tricked it. Another sonic attack crashed right into its consciousness. The obelisk-scale dragon beast tried its best to resist but failed. It was dazed and confused. After 2 seconds passed, the creature shook its head and snapped out of it, with an expression showing both fear and anger. The ship finished charging. The universe-level cannon fired. Roar. The dragon beast roared into the sky and a dark yellow force erupted from its body. No longer holding back in the face of death, it released all its power, including origin power, to form a powerful defense wall. Boom. The cannon blast rammed into its body. Wang Ting furrowed his brow as he quickly ordered his ally, Round Ball, recharge. The latter was stunned, but chose to comply without any hesitation. Roar. The dragon was still alive and kicking. It dashed out of the cannon's range while a dark yellow light glowed around it like a protective shield. Wang Ting squinted and shouted frantically, "Shit! Move!" Right after moving out of range, the dragon headed straight for the ship at a very fast speed, getting really close within a split second. Using its large body, it rammed against the Devil Slayer's metallic shell. Boom! A loud bang echoed in the air. Round Ball immediately activated the ship's shield when the battlecraft was hit. The giant spacecraft was unable to withstand the impact. It was thrown backwards, crashing into an asteroid passing by. The ship's defenses shattered with a bang. Wang Teng's expression had a complete change, not expecting the beast's final retaliation to be that strong. As expected of a universe-stage dark behemoth. Although exhausted and badly injured, it wasn't good to underestimate the creature. The dragon was also affected by the last collision. The latter shook its head and took some time to recover. Then, it stared at the Devil Slayer coldly, then planned to strike the spacecraft again. It could definitely turn the spacecraft into scrap this time. Wang Teng reminded Round Ball hurriedly through voice transmission, "Round Ball, evade the attack. The dragon beast is going all out." Round Ball also noticed this, and hurriedly maneuvered the ship to veer away from the asteroid and the attack range. The crash destroyed the defense shield and damaged 30% of the ship's body. The ship would be unable to sustain another crash. Roar. The dragon chased after the ship, dead set on destroying it. Wang Ting looked grim. Space fluctuations floated outward, moving around his body. A large number of space attribute bubbles were formed when the dark apparitions opened dimensional rifts. These space phenomena caused by the fight between formidable martial warriors had also created space attribute bubbles, making our hero's spatial proficiency to have a tremendous rise when he picked them up. Space Physique 208500300000, 3rd rank. Although merely at the 3rd rank, he had become much stronger than before. Although clueless as to whether he could hurt the big dragon, that was his strongest move, so he had to give it a try. Boom. Space power was swept out, twirling around the young man. It became a tornado soon after. The space around him cracked, turning into new dimensional rifts. An invisible wind blew, so sharp it was able to cut through everything. The dragon beast felt something was off, then turned to stare at Wang Ting in bewilderment. Wang Ting said in a low voice, "Round Ball, stop that fellow. That move." Round Ball's eyes lit up. It looked at the dragon beast and smiled. "Big fellow, let's play." Boom, boom, boom. Force cannons were shot from the ship as the little one tried to disturb an obelisk-scale dragon beast. The attacks weren't universe-stage attacks, but they could injure heaven-stage beings. Thus, the obelisk-scale dragon beast couldn't ignore them. Round Ball's heart was aching. "We are burning money." Every cannon required a large amount of energy stones. They would have stopped long before if Wang Ting wasn't wealthy enough. Chapter 1340 A Difficult Battle, Killing the Obelisk-Scale Dragon Beast. 4. Not even Universe-Stage warriors would use Heaven-Stage and Universe-Stage cannons non-stop and be careless about it. Since Round Ball was pulling it back, Wang Teng could execute his ultimate move in peace. A space tornado was manifested, which grew bigger and bigger. All the asteroids were swept in and rendered to pieces instantly. Space trembled and a terrifying impact was heard. Even Wang Teng was astounded when he noticed the tornado's magnitude. I accidentally made it too big. Round ball, attract the dragon beast over. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. It's about time. He had to release the vortex soon, as he wouldn't be able to control it for much longer. Along with the strengthening of his space physique, was the power increase of his space tornado. He couldn't withstand its effect, even with his physical upgrade. Round ball heard Wang Teng's command and immediately turned the Devil Slayer around, steering in another direction. The ship didn't fly towards Wang Teng directly. Instead, it made the dragon beast move in circles. On the other hand, the dragon let the human be, since the latter was dangerous. Wang Ting blinked, quickly hiding in a dimensional rift. The space tornado also disappeared. The vortex was a veritable fish in the sea when it came to space. Its power reached a high point as it sucked all the spatial power nearby. Cold sweat started pouring down our hero's forehead. He tried his best to control the tornado. He could die if it exploded. Well, that would be fun, huh? He stared intently at the obelisk-scale dragon beast as he muttered to himself, quick, quick, faster. Round ball had learned from the best, angering the giant dragon until it kept on roaring and chasing the ship relentlessly, mouth wide open. It wanted to bite the spacecraft to pieces. They were extremely close, so close that a smidge of carelessness would leave the ship at the mercy of the dragon's gaping mouth. Round ball was nervous, smiles seemed to have abandoned its face. It was an extremely serious matter. Boom! An explosion was heard at the moment. The little helper felt the vessel shaking violently. A powerful suction force trailing behind, attempting to pull the spacecraft in. It was extremely scary. Mind you, the Devil Slayer was a universe-level spacecraft, with a really powerful engine. However, the suction force was still able to pull it back. Wang Teng is taking action, said Round Ball, frowning and looking back in a hurry. As expected, a gargantuan space tornado was manifested right behind the dragon beast. The latter crashed right into it. The Devil Slayer was extremely close to the tornado's range, which explained the powerful suction force. Round Ball was astounded, but it didn't have the time to ponder too much about it. The little one quickly rammed the accelerator and overloaded the engine. Boom! A blue flame shot out from the ship's engine. The strong kinetic energy pushed the vessel forward, allowing it to escape the tornado's pull. Gasp! Round Ball heaved a long sigh of relief as it patted its chest. By golly, I almost died. Then, it turned quickly, afraid of missing any of the excitement. Roar! The dark behemoth gave a thunderous roar. The voice was filled with fear because it was being sucked into the tornado, inch by inch. It couldn't escape, no matter how much it struggled. The space tornado exploded right next to the dragon. No one could escape from the attack from such a distance. Roar! Finally, amid an unwilling roar, its entire body was sucked into the vortex. Crack! The dark yellow defense shield only lasted for a couple of seconds before it broke. This meant that the last layer of defense was destroyed, and the last chance to survive was gone. Crack! 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 Blood gushed out, coloring the tornado a dark red. The thick stench of blood was spread. Wang Ting stood in the distance, while looking at the scene with a pale face. He then heaved a sigh of relief. Round Ball appeared on his shoulder and exclaimed, "Your skill seems to have become even stronger." "Indeed, that's why I used it to deal with the dragon." Wang Ting nodded. "That was a universe-stage dark behemoth. I can't believe we managed to kill it." Round Ball smiled, feeling it had done something noble. The little one had never experienced such grand events in the past, back when it was still following Nangong Yu. Now, thinking about it, the opponents from back then weren't even worth mentioning. Come on, they had just killed a universe-stage dark behemoth. The sense of achievement was amazing. Wang Ting shook his head. "Don't overthink. The two planet annihilation cannons injured it first, that's why we could kill it." "That's right, the force cannon in the ship is not as powerful as the planet annihilation cannon." Round Ball nodded. Then, it frowned and continued, Our Devil Slayer suffered considerable damage this time. Wang Teng glanced at the spacecraft and raised his eyebrows. The vessel had suffered terribly after facing the dragon beast, a creature known for its powerful defense. How much money would he need to repair it? Wang Ting took a deep breath and said, "Forget it. At least we killed the dragon." Boom. The space tornado produced loud explosions and released its last ounce of strength. Wang Ting and Round Ball hurriedly shot backwards, not daring to be too close. The tornado's power was terrifying. He felt wary of it, even though he was its creator. Some time later, the space tornado died down, and the dragon's body appeared in front of Wang Teng. The creature was 1,000 times more miserable than before, wounded all over and drenched in blood. It was a tragic sight. However, our hero was surprised to see that the body was still intact. It wasn't chopped up by the vortex. It floated quietly in space. There was no movement, it seemed to be really dead. Is it dead? Round Ball asked after some hesitation, feeling amazed by what it saw. The body seemed to be incredibly powerful. Let me take a look. Wang Teng wanted to use his spiritual sight to check if the dragon had truly perished. However, he suddenly remembered that his spiritual sight level wasn't high enough. He was incapable of seeing through the beast's body at the moment, so he had to raise his stats first. As for blank attributes, the dragon beast must have dropped some blank attributes, having been a dark behemoth. Wang Teng glanced at the attribute bubbles surrounding him and picked them up. Constellation Force, Earth, *5600 Divine Level Earth Talent *1200 Divine Level Dark Talent *1500 Celestial Realm Spirit *2800 Cosmos Realm Enlightenment *7100 Constellation Force, Dark, *6200 Blank Attribute *14,000 Darkness Origin *1100 Dark Obelisk Dragon Armor *2400 Earth Origin *800 Blank Attribute *10800. A mountain of attribute bubbles rushed into Wang Teng's body. His eyes shimmered brightly, unable to bottle up his excitement. It was worth it. Chapter 1341 The Real I. Solar Dragon Body. 1. More attribute bubbles merged into his body and mind. Wang Ting's gaze shone brightly as he received all that enlightenment. First, his force attribute skyrocketed, especially his constellation Earth Force. The latter was already at the Celestial's 9th level, but it had yet to reach the peak. It finally reached the cusp with this bubble influx. Constellation Earth Force, 90,000, Celestial Stage, 9th level, it was scary. The perfected stage required 90,000 points. Back when war raged, many of the human warriors dropped that attribute. This along with the dragon's attributes pooled together allowed him to reach the peak. As to the constellation Dark Force, he had already reached the limit, so the additional bubbles just sent it to a greater height. If Wang Ting chose to look at his Sea of Nihility, he would realize that the constellation representing his Dark Force was bigger now. 2 of his forces had reached the perfected 9th level celestial stage. He also picked up divine level Earth and Dark talents. Wang Ting had been eyeing those 2 attributes for a long time. He had already seen the obelisk scale dragon beast as a big, fat sheep the moment he first laid eyes on the creature. Unfortunately, it was too strong. He had not dared to knock attributes from it. The planet annihilation cannon gave him the chance, since the dragon was left injured. Actually, he had to thank Bai Shanhu for that. The young hero found the opportunity to kill the dragon beast because the great human expert didn't want to. Divine level Earth talent, 8,500 50,000 Divine level Dark talent, 9,250,000 Wang Teng checked both talents on display. As expected, they rose greatly. This feels amazing. Earth Force and Dark Force in space seemed to be spinning around him at the moment. He could absorb them quickly whenever he wanted. Divine level talents were indeed different. His Celestial Realm Spirit and Cosmos Realm Enlightenment also rose, especially his Enlightenment. The jump was significant. Enlightenment, 51800100000, Cosmos Realm, his accumulation thus far took his Cosmos Realm Enlightenment over the halfway mark. Wang Ting believed that it would hit the Heaven Realm soon. Next were two extremely important attribute bubbles, darkness origin and earth origin. Those were the origins the great dragon had grasped. The obelisk-scale dragon beast was so powerful because it had grasped two origins, which made its defenses nigh impenetrable. Its last-ditch effort had involved origin power. Back then, the Devil Slayer ship was unable to resist two collisions. Wang Ting had almost given up and ran. No one could have killed the giant dragon at that stage, not even them. Darkness origin, 4610,000, first rank, Earth origin, 2810,000, first rank. Wang Ting received 2,500 points of darkness origin and 2,800 points of earth origin this time, which was a great harvest. Earth origin was a new addition to the list. He now had 5 types of origins. Besides that, he gained a special technique, the Dark Obelisk Dragon Armor. This was a powerful battle technique with defensive purposes, allowing the user to create an armor with amazing defensive ability. Dark Obelisk Dragon Armor, 1,405,000, well versed, this armor technique was similar to the Devil Armor. However, the former was made with pure Dark Force, while the Dark Obelisk Dragon Armor was created with the combination of Dark Force and Earth Force. This alone proved that the dragon's armor technique was stronger. Star beasts that grasped two types of origins were rare. A technique dropped by the dragon was definitely extraordinary. Knowledge related to the armor technique was floating into his mind. Wang Ting then realized he could instill Earth origin and Darkness origin into it as well. It was a battle technique with room for more improvements. Our hero's eyes lit up. He smiled. Great. The armor's defense ability was many times stronger than that of the Devil Armor. If he chose to use both skills at once, add a universe-level battle armor on top, and he would have 3 layers of defense. He would be tougher than a tortoise's shell. Wang Ting could see the appearance of the dragon beast armor inside his mind, hideous and rough-looking, but sleek and beautiful at the same time. It was the perfect combination of nature and art. The helmet was shaped like the dragon beast's head. The armor-type skill was unique, unlike the Devil Armor, which was accessible to all the Devil Armor race. It was the difference between customized and mass-produced armors. Of course, the latter had its good points. It helped Wang Ting to blend in and hide among the dark apparitions and not get caught. His Justin persona wouldn't exist without the Devil Armor. In this respect, the disguising effect of the Devil Armor was more important than its defense ability. Lastly, the blank attributes. Wang Ting received a total of 108,500 blank attribute. 100,000 of them. He had never gotten that many at once. This was worth celebrating. He finally had enough to raise his spiritual sight. Chapter 1342 The Real I. Solar Dragon Body. 2. Wang Ting didn't hesitate. With the thought of improving his vision technique in mind, the amount of blank attributes had a drastic fall, while his spiritual sight started increasing. The latter was at the advanced stage, and for this reason the latest transformation was of a qualitative nature. Its value on the attributes board changed. Spiritual sight, 5,000 10,000, real stage. Wang Ting noticed the new proficiency title and repeated the words. Real stage. His spiritual sight had reached the real stage. What did it mean? Was it because it looked more real? Wang Ting touched his chin. He was still clueless about its meaning, but it sounded impressive. It had to be more powerful, since this real stage was the level above the advanced stage. He stopped adding blank attributes, having already used up 50,000 of them, and being unwilling to splurge anymore. Ever since he received his spiritual sight and eyes of essence, every blank attribute would only give him 0.1 points of those 2 skills. The higher the level, the more blank attributes were required to advance. They were basically huge spenders. In any case, whether he reached the perfected level or not, he had already attained the real stage. The effects were probably similar. Wang Ting took a deep breath and activated his transformed spiritual sight. His gaze seemed deeper as he observed the giant dragon corpse in front of him. How is it? Round Ball asked impatiently, having waited for some time. The human didn't reply. He then added his remaining blank attributes to the Eyes of Essence. The number of stat points began to rise. Eyes of Essence, 5,000, 10,000, real stage. Eyes of Essence had also reached the real stage. Wang Teng was surprised. It seemed that both vision skills had the same stages. He wanted to use his Eyes of Essence to confirm the obelisk scale dragon beast's death, when suddenly a notification popped up in his mind. You can merge Eyes of Essence and spiritual sight. Wang Ting was pleasantly surprised. Such a development was unexpected. He wasn't aware that the system would eventually give him a chance to merge the skills once they attained the real stage. Merge. He went for it without any hesitation. That situation had only happened once in the past. The Heart of Magnetic Essence, Sand Control Talent and Heart of Zhongyan merged to form the Heart of Magnetic Essence. Based on the result of the merger was stronger than the separate skills. It was an amalgamation of all the special characteristics, so Wang Teng wasn't worried. The spiritual sight and the Eyes of Essence started merging once the choice was made. Both disappeared from the board and a new name appeared, Real Eye. Real Eye, 1/10,000, real stage, Real Eye. Wang Teng repeated the name. Information about the skill appeared in his mind at the moment. The compound effect made the ability extremely powerful. All three were at the real stage, but the new Real Eye was better than the other two. Wang Ting closed his eyes and sensed the change. There was a strange energy within his eyes, giving them a special power no one ever had. I can merge other vision talents too. Wang Ting opened his eyes, clearly excited for what he just found out. The Real Eye would keep transforming whenever he merged a new vision talent in. His eyes were one of kind in the world. This, Wang Teng was astounded. He suddenly felt like shouting "Long live system boss." However, he stopped himself. He calmed down in silence. Round Ball didn't notice a thing. Being the mature and powerful martial warrior he was, acting childish was unbecoming. Round Ball would look down on him. It was just a little irritating. It took so much effort to increase the skills to 5,000 points, but everything is gone now. Wang Teng's heart was bleeding when he looked at his attributes board again. Had he just raised them to the start of the real stage, he would have saved a few thousands of blank attributes. Damn it. He didn't know what he was thinking. In the past he would always stop adding blank attributes when the skill reached the next stage. Why raise 5,000 more points this time? Did he lose control because of the sudden wealth? I mustn't act this way. I'm a poor man, extremely poor. Wang Teng brainwashed himself. Then, he shelved the topic and activated his Real Eye skill. Golden light flashed in his eyes. That's right, his eye color changed. There was a glow with a tinge of golden. What is that? Is it a special vision skill? While still trying to wrap around this, it suddenly heard Wang Ting's snort. Indeed, it's not dead. Not dead. Round Ball's heart skipped a beat. Wang Teng replied, yes, it's pretending to fool us. However, it's very weak now. Chapter 1343 The Real Eye. Solar Dragon Body. 3. Sneaky. Round Ball glanced at the obelisk scale dragon beast and clicked its tongue. It then asked, what do we do? Wang Ting didn't reply. He took out a soul crystal and the Ant-Men Queen floated out. Elizabeth, are you confident? The Queen rolled her eyes when she heard the name. She kept quiet for a few seconds before she nodded and replied, leave it to me. The corners of Round Ball's mouth twitched a little. Wang Teng's hobby of giving others weird names didn't change. What was he thinking when he named the Ant-Men Queen Elizabeth? Okay, I'll leave the dragon beast to you. Wang Teng nodded. Actually, one of the main reasons why he took the risk to chase after the dragon was because he was planning on using it for the Queen's rebirth. She needed a powerful star beast as a host in order to be reborn. What was more suitable than the obelisk scale dragon beast? However, the massive beast was a dark behemoth, so she would run the risk of being contaminated with dark force, which would make it impossible to appear before other humans in the future. Wang Teng considered the possibility. However, in the end he felt that there was nothing to worry about. He possessed pure dark force, since it didn't matter if his star beasts had some dark power. He was never afraid of troubles that could arise. If anyone wanted to use this as an excuse to target him, they would be making a mistake. Nothing would come of it. Would the Ant-Men Queen lose herself and go mad after coming into contact with the dark force? Well, it wasn't something to worry about. The obelisk-scale dragon beast was born with dark force, it wasn't a contamination. Taking over that body would not represent a risk of contamination. Instead, she would gain a body with dark talent. This was a special change. Even Wang Ting found it amazing. Of course, the queen had the final say. The dragon beast's body was enticing, the likelihood of finding an equally powerful host was low. She could get unexpected benefits if she took up that chance to be reborn. Furthermore, she didn't have more time to wait. Her spirit would disperse soon if she postponed any further. The Ant-Men Queen stopped hesitating. A glaring light erupted from the soul crystal she used as a receptacle and merged into her spiritual body. The soul crystal gradually disappeared once all the light was merged. Her spiritual body became more translucent. I didn't know you could do this. Wang Teng was surprised. I have to do it. My current spiritual power is too weak for me to take over the dragon beast's body, replied the queen with a smile. Are you sure you'll be all right? Do you need me to suppress the beast's soul? Wang Teng asked. She was his subordinate, so he naturally wanted to help her. The rebirth skill wasn't easy to execute and the success rate was low. Wang Teng preferred to play it safe. She was stunned by the offer. She nodded and said, "That'll be great." Wang Ting called out nihility as he replied, "Okay, I'll keep this big fellow in my devouring space. That way, it won't be able to resist." A ray of purple-black light flashed past and nihility appeared. The Ant-Men Queen felt wary of getting too close to the latter. She was afraid. Nihility smiled. He then said, before Wang Teng could speak, "I know your plans." After that waved a hand and the dragon beast disappeared, reappearing in a dark and dim space. "Go ahead." Wang Teng nodded and sent the Ant-Men Queen into the devouring space. Wang Ting sat down cross-legged inside the dark space with nihility on the other side. They released their spiritual power and invaded the dragon beast's consciousness. The queen's spiritual body moved and entered the creature's mind. The latter's consciousness was indeed special, grey and misty, making it hard to see the surroundings. They didn't know how big it was. It was definitely bigger than Wang Ting's consciousness, though. They were leagues apart. One had to recall that the young man's spirit was in the celestial realm, while the other was a heaven realm creature. Suddenly, the clusters of grey mist tossed and turned, followed by a hideous behemoth appearing right in front of Wang Ting. It was the obelisk-scale dragon beast. "Human, how dare you enter my consciousness?" The dragon was infuriated by seeing the intruder. It then let out a terrifying roar. "Hey, you can actually speak." Wang Ting stared at it in bewilderment. The dragon was stunned by what the other said, then grew furious. "You have a death wish. I'll tear you to pieces. Why don't you come over then?" Wang Ting hooked his fingers and smiled at the latter. The dragon beast threatened him, but it remained behind the grey mist. Its actions were more guarded now. Its gaze flickered as it glanced at Nihility and the Ant-Men Queen, with a slight fear seeping through. Chapter 1344 The Real I. Solar Dragon Body. 4. Cowering was understandable. The devouring Nihility beast was more powerful. The latter's true form wasn't there, but the former could still feel the bloodline suppression. The Ant-Men Queen was a universe-stage star beast before she turned into a spiritual body, and was known for her powerful spirit. The obelisk-scale dragon beast had no advantages in that area, either. "Come on, don't be afraid," Wang Ting shouted at the dragon. The dark behemoth felt shocked, and shrunk back in fear, almost turning to escape, but felt this would make it look overly timid. Thus, it kept its fear in check and shouted sternly, "Human, don't cross the line." So much nonsense. Wang Ting shook his head. He waved a hand and numerous void mayflies flew towards the dragon's spiritual body. "What's that?" The latter stared at the droplets of light in confusion. The small void mayflies seemed to be harmless, so they didn't look threatening. The dragon even wondered if the human was planning on tickling it with them. However, boom, boom, boom. The void mayflies scattered around the dragon and suddenly exploded. Violent spiritual attacks washed all over. The beast was stunned by the explosions. It screamed in agony, as spiritual explosions were extremely painful. They were much worse than normal explosions. Nihility didn't waste his time, either. He morphed into his real appearance and started pressing the dragon beast down. This was a powerful and humongous universe behemoth. Its body couldn't be seen with clarity due to a purple-black mist shroud, but the bloodline suppression alone was enough to scare the dragon. "You," the latter said, stammering as it stared at the Nihility beast with wide eyes. Boom. Nihility didn't waste time talking. It charged towards the dragon, pushing all the grey mist away and revealed the creature's body. The latter plummeted down uncontrollably. The Ant-Men Queen's gaze turned sharp. Without any other reminders, she turned into a ray of light and shot towards the dragon. Countless white rays of light appeared and intertwined, surrounding the dragon beast like ropes. Roar. The latter noticed something and roared in anger. It struggled violently. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. The glow coming from the Ant-Men Queen engulfed it in the blink of an eye and turned it into a white cocoon. The dragon beast's angry roars could still be heard. It knocked against the walls, trying to break free. However, the cocoon remained as sturdy as a metal cage, locking the creature firmly within. "All right, it's up to her now." Wang Ting clapped his hands. The devouring Nihility beast changed back to a human form and appeared next to Wang Ting. He looked at the cocoon and said, "This queen's talent is really interesting." Wang Ting smiled and shook his head. "There are many restrictions. If not, she would be invincible." Nihility replied, "She will grow faster with your help. Who knows, there might be surprises since she'll be using the dragon beast's body for the transformation." The pair conversed for a few seconds before they left the dragon's mind space. The only thing left to do was to wait for the Ant-Men Queen to be reborn. Wang Ting went back to the previous point in space and headed back to Defense Planet number 29 on his Devil Slayer. He had gone a little too far, all the while using his spatial power, so it would take him some time to return if he relied on his own ability. Once they were close enough, he stored the ship and continued the rest of the journey on his own. He could hear the explosions of a battle already. He was surprised to find that General Cameron and Devil Emperor Barebrain's fight had yet to end. Are all universe stage battles so long? Boom. Just as he got closer, he noticed a figure flying backwards. It was General Cameron. Roar. Another dark red figure bellowed and chased after him. Our hero was surprised to see the dark red figure. It was an enormous being that looked like a dragon. It was a half-human, half-dragon. The upper half was human, with dark red scales covering his chest and arms. There were tiny scales all over his face and a pair of dragon horns on his head. He gave off a noble aura. The lower half was that of a dragon, also covered in dark red scales, with two dragon claws sharp enough to tear everything apart. Chapter 13:45 Time Freeze. Save them. 1. Oh my god, what is that? Wang Ting's eyes widened when he saw Barebrain's appearance. He was dumbfounded. Emperor No Brain still looked like a human a while before. Now, he wasn't anything like a human anymore. Half human, half dragon. Is that you? My cute little dragon? Cute. There was nothing cute about it. Bai Shanhu was sitting on a meteorite just waiting like a mere spectator. He didn't panic. He remained calm, even while General Cameron was being hunted. The expert glanced in Wang Ting's direction when he arrived, then said, "You're back. What happened? Did the dragon beast escape?" Wang Ting was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his senses. He nodded bitterly. Yes. It did escape. He wouldn't let others learn of his fortune. What if the human boss asked him for the beast corpse? Bai Shanhu looked at him suspiciously. Something was off, as the young man's expression seemed a bit exaggerated. "Senior, this. What's going on?" said Wang Ting to quickly change the subject, as he looked at the battle taking place in space. Bai Shanhu's gaze changed as he replied, "That's half of the solar dragon's true form." "Half?" Wang Ting was startled. "Isn't that the complete form?" "That's right. It's exactly what you think. The devil mind apparition has only mastered half of the solar dragon's true form. He still can't transform fully, Bai Shanhu explained. Why? The young one asked. Bai Shanhu didn't mind explaining. Well, he isn't a real solar dragon. Solar dragons have to consume their blood essence when they want to reveal their true form. Devil mind apparitions can't produce any blood essence when they occupy a solar dragon's body. I see. Wang Ting nodded in deep thought. Boom. Bear Brain became extremely fast after turning into a solar dragon, catching up with the general in a blink. He swung his dark red battle mace towards him. The mace's ominous glow slammed downwards, producing a deafening roar. It was like a huge meteor. A dark red flame was trailing at the end of the mace, drawing a stunning trajectory in space. It was beautiful, yet dangerous. General Cameron's pupils shrank when he saw that. He stopped evading, sending a huge blade glow soaring into the sky. A strong origin force was imprinted on the attack, causing strange lines and marks to appear on its surface, as if engraved with runes. It looked extremely mysterious. Powerful waves appeared at the same time. The sword kept condensing. It seemed ready to cut anything. General Cameron shouted angrily, slashing with the blade in hand. Both energies clashed, generating a loud sound, akin to metals colliding. The sound reverberated in space, an invisible wake that swept outwards. All the meteorites in the vicinity were shattered, turning into cosmic dust. Wang Ting was astounded, marveling at the power of universe-stage martial warriors. Even the sound waves generated by their attacks were terrifying. If that move had been launched while on a planet, lands would be wrecked and continents would sink. Both blade and mace glows were in a deadlock. A victor had yet to be decided. Roar. Bear Brain let out a roar and a dazzling red light glowed in his eyes. He then pressed down his battle mace. Boom. The scene was like a volcanic eruption. The mace radiance's power suddenly spiked up. Crack. Sounds of the blade glow fracturing could be heard. Clear cracks appeared on its surface. It then spread at an extremely fast speed. Wang Ting's expression changed a bit. General Cameron is going to lose. Bai Shanhu shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. Boom. There was a loud bang the next moment. The blade glow was shattered and General Cameron suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood. He was hurtled down, as if struck by lightning. Solar dragons are too powerful, Bai Shanhu said with regret. Even if the devil mind fellow hadn't attained the dragon's complete form, Cameron would still be incapable of winning. Ha ha ha. Bear Brain laughed and said, Human, you can't defeat me. You will be the ones losing this battle. General Cameron remained silent. His face was pale as he wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared at the enemy coldly. Although unwilling to admit, the apparition was much stronger after partially manifesting the solar dragon's body. It was difficult for him to match up to his strength. Wang Ting's expression turned grim. He couldn't get involved in a battle of that level, and could only watch from the sidelines. He looked at Bai Shanhu and realized that the latter was still extremely calm. The young hero became anxious, his scalp starting to twitch. Senior, do you have any techniques you can use? Otherwise, we will really lose, Wang Ting said via voice transmission. Bai Shanhu waved a hand and relayed back, I don't have anything like that. I can't do anything, I'm just as helpless. Wang Ting was speechless. He was about to continue when he suddenly realized that there was something in his hand. I'm out of ideas. But you can use that if you have some puppet robot able to display the strength of a universe-stage martial warrior, said the human expert without turning to look at his junior. Chapter 1346 Time Freeze, Save Them. 2. Wang Ting was stunned. He quickly reacted and used his spiritual power to check the item's content. It was indeed a spatial equipment. There were 3 pitch-black robots stored within. They were close to 4 meters tall and had a metallic sheen. An ice-cold killing intent was radiated by their bodies too. They weren't ordinary robots. Wang Ting instantly understood Bai Shanhu's plan. No wonder he wasn't worried. Those 3 robots had universe-stage power. Universe-stage power, oh my god, this is unbelievable. However, his senior was quite sneaky. He couldn't take action, so he covertly passed him the robots so he could use them. Well, it didn't seem to be a problem. The possibility of that plan working was quite high. Wang Ting felt enlightened. He gave Bai Shanhu a gotcha look. Cough. Bai Shanhu coughed awkwardly. Our young hero snapped out of his pondering and quickly took out the 3 robots. He probed them with his spiritual power and the eyes of all 3 lit up, emotionless, of an ice blue color. The sharp killing intent became stronger. They were mere robots. They weren't alive like the members of the mecha race. They were basically inert if no one controlled them. All the popular puppet robots in the universe were controlled using spiritual power. Wang Ting was familiar with the process. The robots entering the stage immediately attracted Devil Emperor Bearbrain and General Cameron's attention. The killing intent was too obvious. It was impossible not to notice. Bearbrain's expression changed, feeling agitated upon seeing the newcomers. The 3 robots weren't an issue to him, but there was still a human universe stage martial warrior in the mix. His face turned black. Damn it. These humans gang up on me when their champion couldn't win. Shameless. On the other hand, General Cameron was elated. He glanced at Bai Shanhu and Wang Ting, wondering who had made the move. Bai Shanhu can't meddle easily. So, was it Wang Ting? But, those are universe stage robots. They were expensive and rare. It would be astonishing if a celestial stage martial warrior like that young man had had them. The only thing that irks me is, why didn't Wang Ting take them out earlier? Why do that right when I was about to lose? How stingy. General Cameron felt resentful. Wang Ting saw the bitterness in the official's eyes and felt confused. Is he misunderstanding something? He would feel wronged if he knew what the other was thinking. Bai Shanhu was the stingy one. It had nothing to do with him. Bearbrain's gaze turned sharp. Before the 3 robots made a move, he dashed towards General Cameron again, in an attempt to get rid of him first. General Cameron wasn't afraid. He snorted and received the attack. Their battle continued. Wang Ting understood the need for speed in this situation. He controlled the 3 robots' limbs with his spiritual power to quickly become familiar with the process. The feeling of controlling them was strange, since they felt like extensions of his body. He had more limbs now. He didn't feel any stiffness when he was moving them. It felt extremely natural, like a human's hands and legs. He quickly became familiar to this. Boom. An explosion was heard, and the 3 robots charged towards Bearbrain. They slashed with force-glowing battle blades. Boom. 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 The 3-blade glows infiltrated the ongoing battle circle. Bearbrain frowned as he was forced to retreat. He would not dare receive those attacks. The 3 robots arrived in the blink of an eye. They surrounded Bearbrain along with General Cameron. The powerful apparition glanced around him with an ugly expression. Then, he zoomed towards one of the robots. Wang Ting immediately controlled the targeted robot to retreat and pulled the other 2 robots over. The trio worked to resist the incoming attack. Boom. 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 Force explosions kept blasting. Chapter 1347 Time Freeze. Save them. 3. Wang Ting wouldn't give the elder apparition any opportunity to succeed. His confidence grew once he was sure the 3 robots could withstand the bashing, so he continued attacking the enemy with the robots' coordinated moves. Of course, he wouldn't send the 3 robots to go head-to-head with the apparition. It would be a useless strategy and the robots would be even more damaged. They could cross the line where they would become unusable. Wang Ting was now adopting a long-range attack, maintaining some distance from Bearbrain. He kept bombarding from afar to harass the latter. General Cameron was the main force. He took note of the creature's weaknesses and dealt a severe blow. Bearbrain was put in a spot by the sly stratagem. He wanted to catch the 3 robots, yet he couldn't. Wang Ting was able to make them evade the attacks, which annoyed the former. Roaring in frustration non-stop, he could only attack the general frantically while trying to find a point to break through. Boom. Suddenly, a strange wave spread around Bearbrain's body and covered the surroundings. That was his domain. He had finally deployed it. General Cameron's pupils shrank. Not daring to be complacent, his body emanated an overwhelming wave that also covered his surroundings. A dark yellow domain unfolded, encompassing the nearby space. On the other hand, Bear Brain's domain was dark red, which clashed directly with General Cameron's. Boom! There were sounds of explosions. That's not a dark domain. Wang Tung frowned. Bear Brain had always used the dark domain while he was teaching him. He didn't expect that the latter would use a different domain. Could it be that the dark red domain was even more powerful? Looks like the dark apparition is getting desperate to survive. Bai Shanhu's eyes flickered as he got up. Let's go there and have a look. He took Wang Ting and vanished from the spot, to reappear directly inside the general's domain. Red and yellow glows were clashing against each other, and the powers of origin persistently tried invading each other's domains. A universe stage domain was different from an ordinary one, since they contained the law of origin and were much more powerful than those of ordinary martial warriors' domains. Both Bear Brain and General Cameron used the laws of origin. Their fight turned into a confrontation of laws. General Cameron's law of origin was the Earth origin, while Bear Brain seemed to be using the Solar Dragon's origin law. The dark red power seemed to be the fusion of the flame origin and the darkness origin. It was naturally stronger. The Solar Dragon race was a gifted race. Bear Brain had snatched a body from that race because he valued their talents and potential. Human, you are not my match. Bear Brain's voice was cold. The power of origin was wrapped around his battle mace as he swung against his opponent. General Cameron's domain was violently shaken by the attacks, as if about to shatter. Bear Brain noticed the arrival of Wang Teng and Bai Shanhu, but he merely took a glance before dismissing them altogether. He had no fear since Bai Shanhu couldn't take action. Boom! 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 The two domains clashed, booming sounds persisting. Wang Teng felt anxious. He tried to send the three robots to join in, but they wouldn't be of much use inside the domains. Bear Brain scoffed, as if expecting this a long time before. The general's expression became grimmer as time passed. He had never felt as aggrieved since he became a universe stage martial warrior. You will lose this battle, the general declared. In the end, he seemed to have taken a certain decision and became ruthless. He kept mobilizing the power of origin, manifesting a surging wave in his domain. Bai Shanhu raised an eyebrow as he looked at the general. What is General Cameron going to do? Wang Teng's expression changed. He felt the violent fluctuations around him and his heart pounded. Before Bai Shanhu could answer, Bear Brain's expression changed drastically as he roared in shock and anger. You're crazy. Pmph, I said it before. You will lose this battle. General Cameron's expression remained unchanged. There was a flash of determination in his eyes. With the surge of origin power, the fluctuations inside the domain became even more violent, as if something horrible would happen at any time. Wang Ting had already guessed what the general was planning to do. There was a look of shock in his face. He wanted to stop his senior, but he didn't know how. Let's go, it's his decision. Anyway, he might be able to live through it. Bai Shanhu shook his head and took the young man out of the general's domain. Both of them stepped out of the affected area, immediately appearing more than 10 kilometers away. They continued to observe the battle from that vantage point. There was a loud explosion. Just as the pair left, the dark yellow domain exploded. A terrifying burst of energy swept out, completely engulfing the dark red domain. Wang Teng's eyes trembled as he stared at the explosion. It was a terrifying blast, its wake sweeping to the surroundings, even shattering Defense Planet No. 29's protective barrier. Bai Shanhu waved a hand to manifest an invisible force and block the blast wave. Chapter 1348 Time Freeze. Save them. 4. The explosions continued for some time before gradually dying down. The universe turned dead silent again. But, amid the dead silence, an abrupt laughter was heard. Ha ha ha, Emperor Bear Brain is still alive. Wang Ting squinted as he stared at the battle zone. A miserable-looking figure appeared. It was Bear Brain. He survived. He was seriously injured, however. The scales on his body cracked, and one of his dragon claws was broken. Fresh blood oozed out. One of his horns was gone, too. Ha ha ha. Do you think you can kill me by detonating your domain? Stupid. Devil Emperor Bear Brain gloated. Cough. Another figure appeared, covered in wounds and coughing blood. General Cameron. Wang Teng was elated. He was alive. He blew up his domain and lived to tell the tale. I told you that universe warriors don't die that easily, Bai Shanhu said calmly. Wang Teng wanted to roll his eyes. The powerful human expert kept a calm facade, but there was a slight disturbance in his eyes when the general detonated his domain. He wasn't entirely indifferent. So self-conscious. You're not dead. Bear Brain looked at his rival as if he were seeing a ghost. He thought that the latter was a goner, but he survived. The spurt of happiness disappeared, and switched to exasperation. It was like knowing your opponent filed for bankruptcy, only to see him hanging around you and living his life happily. How could he smile? A pity I didn't kill you. General Cameron was filled with regret. TMPH, you don't have the right to kill me. Bear Brain snorted and stared coldly. Since you're still moving, I'll be claiming your life now. You're nothing more than a paper tiger now. Die. Immense killing intent was shooting out from his eyes as he instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of General Cameron. He slammed his mace down. Am I going to die here? General Cameron looked up at the giant weapon about to reach him. He no longer had the energy to resist. There was no fear in his eyes, only regret. Being a martial warrior and a high-ranking official, he knew he was fated to die on the battlefield. However, he wished he could have killed the dark apparition first. Die. Bear Brain sneered as the mace continued downward. Finally, he would kill that human personally. He didn't notice that time had stopped for a split second. The mere split of a second. Boom. Then, General Cameron received the hit. However, the hideous smile on the creature's visage froze. He then stared coldly in a certain direction. Two figures gradually appeared in the distance, Wang Teng and General Cameron. The former took action at the crucial moment, using his space and time talent. He took the chance to save the general when the time was stagnant. This was his first time. It was the first time ever using this talent. The effects were surprisingly good. The feeling of stealing time made his heart skip a beat. It felt unreal, dreamlike. Right then, both his soul origin and his time origin dropped by 1,000 points. It was quite expensive. Wang Teng was at first expecting for Bai Shanhu to make a move. Being a mere celestial stage warrior, it would be somehow far-fetched to think he would be the one saving the general. However, Bai Shanhu showed no signs of acting, not even at the last moment. He found it unbelievable. General Cameron was a bigwig of the military and a universe stage martial warrior. Was he really going to watch him getting killed? Our hero didn't understand, but he couldn't do anything about it, either. He had to act. General Cameron had taken care of him, so he couldn't just let him die in front of him. Wang Ting. General Cameron finally regained his composure. He was shocked with disbelief. He thought he had croaked, but the young man saved him at the last instant. That's a high-tier Devil Emperor. How did Wang Ting do it? The general didn't even know how it happened. On the other side, Bai Shanhu looked at Wang Ting in confusion, as he wasn't able to see the move. Chapter 1349 Bloodstained Universe. 1. Time talent was a mysterious power. Others would probably not sense when it was being executed. Those without the talent would never notice its usage, not even eternal stage warriors. Time was basically taboo. Not many people could grasp it. Furthermore, Wang Ting had only stopped time for a split second. The effect was also limited to a small area where Devil Emperor Bear Brain was. People elsewhere would not feel the change. This was the reason why our hero dared to use this move. What did you do? Bear Brain stared at the young man coldly, furious since his prey was saved. At the same time, he was astounded, in disbelief. He didn't know what had happened in that instant. The feeling of losing control terrified him. Anyone would feel the same. What did you say? I don't understand. Wang Ting played dumb. General Cameron. Bai Shanhu. Could you be a little more fake? Who would believe you? Bear Brain frowned, knowing he wouldn't get a straight answer. So, his gaze turned sharp and then he disappeared. Wang Ting would never underestimate the Devil Emperor's attack. He hurriedly used Space Flash to port General Cameron and himself to where Bai Shanhu was. The latter couldn't act, but it was still safer being next to him. Wang Ting didn't think that Emperor No Brain would dare to snatch someone when standing close to Bai Shanhu. His guts weren't that big. As expected, Bear Brain appeared in Wang Ting's original position and stared grimly at the latter. Bai Shanhu, are you trying to interfere? Devil Titan Deathbone's voice floated in the air. He didn't show up, but he opened his eyes as he looked at them coldly from beyond the dimensional rift. Deathbone stared at him for some time. Then he said, "Humans are indeed shameless." Really? Bai Shanhu glanced around as if clueless about the Titan's claim. The Titan snorted. Then, he sneered and said, "Bear Brain, go and kill the other human warriors." Yes. Bear Brain smirked and rushed towards Defense Planet number 29. Wang Ting and General Cameron's expressions changed a bit. If a high-tier Devil Emperor entered the fray below, the human warriors would be massacred. Go. Wang Ting controlled the universe stage robots to chase after Bear Brain and stop him. He was rushing to save the world. It was tiring. Are you trying to stop me with 3 robots? Devil Emperor Bear Brain scoffed and swung his battle mace down. Boom. The robot trio didn't pose a real threat to the Devil Emperor. They were thrown back, but Bear Brain wasn't planning on letting them go. He disappeared and reappeared above the 3, hurling his mace to get them. A robot was smashed into pieces, the other 2 launched their attacks. You're overestimating yourself. Bear Brain sneered. He destroyed the robot's blade glows and rushed towards them, all the while resisting the attack's residual impact. Wang Ting controlled the robots and had them retreat. However, it was too late. Bear Brain reached them instantly and swept his mace through the air. The robots were thrown backwards, seriously damaged. The broken robots recovered and dashed towards the Devil Emperor again. They started hurling all kinds of attacks at him. Move. Bear Brain swung his battle mace furiously. He was irritated by those robots. The robots weren't formidable opponents, but they were unnerving. He couldn't get rid of them quickly. Wang Ting turned serious. Many thoughts went through his mind as he tried to find a way out. Only the space tornado could deal with a universe stage opponent. However, that move was possibly not strong enough for a Devil Emperor. The heavily injured obelisk-scale dragon beast could be affected, but not Bear Brain. This Devil Emperor was injured, but it still had energy. The young hero wasn't confident of being able to kill him. Unless. He thought again of his time talent. Bai Shanhu saw Wang Ting's expression, feeling surprised and intrigued. This fellow seems to have an idea. General Cameron stood at the side and regained his composure after being saved. He was unsettled by the ongoing battle he saw and then turned to look at the young hero, who seemed to be in deep thought. A tinge of hope appeared in the general's heart. Does he have a way to salvage the situation? The thought itself was absurd, expecting a celestial stage warrior would deal with a high-tier Devil Emperor. Alas, he had no other choice. That was why he could only place his hopes on Wang Ting. The fellow had created many miracles in the past, so he had blind faith in him. He might be able to create another miracle this time. Wang Ting didn't know what the general was thinking. His entire focus was on dealing with Devil Emperor Bear Brain. Their plan would fail if they didn't stop him. General Cameron trusted him and launched this battle. Generals Yu Kerry, Chi Yuanju and the others trusted him, and had never doubted him. Chapter 1350, Bloodstained Universe. 2. Countless soldiers risked their lives to win that battle. This was also a type of trust. Wang Ting felt the burden on his shoulders. He wasn't a great person. It was the basic responsibility he should have as part of the human race. Honestly, he had already done his best. He did many things other celestial warriors couldn't do, tilting the scales to the human side for some time. But, man proposes, and God disposes. Wars were filled with uncertainty and that was the result. He couldn't accept it. They had reached that step, so they must not lose. Numerous soldiers and martial warriors were fighting with their lives on the line. How could he give up that easily? Wang Ting lowered his head and muttered to himself softly, "No matter what, we must not lose." The voice was faint, but the powerful warriors were able to hear him. Bai Shanhu was shocked. General Cameron was elated. He had always trusted Wang Ting. A single sentence was enough for him to feel the young hero's undying spirit. Devil Titan Deathbone looked over with a scary gaze. They were worlds apart, but his eyes were still horrifying. No one could look at them straight on. His gaze was filled with disdain. This celestial warrior, bragging shamelessly. "You can't lose." Bear Brain laughed. His face contorted as he swung his mace to push the robots back. Then, he scoffed and added, "You barely managed to stop me with these 3 dead things. What right do you have to say that? You have lost. After I destroy these robots, I will personally chop your head off. No, I will spare your life and have you witness how I annihilate the human race." "Try it," said Wang Ting, raising his head and staring right at Bear Brain. Then, he smiled. There was a mad tinge flashing in his pitch-black eyes. The Devil Emperor frowned when he saw that gaze. The expression made him uncomfortable. He felt the urge to dig that pair of eyes out. Wang Ting took a deep breath and stepped forward. He walked past Bai Shanhu and General Cameron, then floated silently in space. He stretched out a hand and squinted a bit. An invisible power of space revolved around his body. The spatial power seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, replenishing the space reserves he had used up when he executed his space tornado. "Good thing I left a clone on the planet, so I managed to pick up some space attribute bubbles," Wang Ting thought. He had enough space attributes to execute his space tornado again. This time, he would send Bear Brain a big one, greater than the vortex he used to injure the obelisk scale dragon beast. He was struck by an idea. It was indeed sudden. It popped in his mind in a second. However, if he managed to put it into action, he could send the Devil Emperor back home crying. It would be his first attempt, so it was all up to fate. Wang Ting opened his eyes abruptly, the madness in them becoming more evident. Even the general felt goosebumps on his skin. Boom! A powerful surge of space power was spread without any warning, spinning around the young hero. Space fluctuation. Bai Shanhu was surprised. He knew that the boy had space talent, but the powerful flux was still unexpected. It was really strong. He probably couldn't create something of that caliber. And yet, the young man did it while still being a celestial stage warrior. It was hard to see through him. Bear Brain, at the moment surrounded by the 3 robots, felt the fluctuation and squinted. This human possesses a powerful space talent. Devil Titan Deathbone also looked at the young human, ruthlessness and cruelty showing in his eyes. Is this another human talent? He must die. Boom. Wang Ting was unconcerned by what they were thinking. He didn't have the time anyway. All his attention was on controlling his space power. The fluctuation swept through, churning the surrounding space and revealing the emptiness beyond. The gale created by the void on the other side of the dimensional rifts spun around the hero's figure, soon becoming a terrifying tornado. Bear Brain looked grim. He attacked the 3 robots violently, all in an attempt to get rid of them. Wang Ting would definitely not allow the latter to escape easily. He released his spiritual power and controlled the robots to buy him more time. He hadn't finished preparing his ultimate move. The young human's face became extremely pale as the space tornado started to form. 2 consecutive uses of that force was too much for him to bear. He may well have collected some space attribute bubbles in the process, but that would not solve the problem. He felt an excruciating pain in his body, as if cut by the power of space. Thin wounds started appearing on his skin, while fresh blood flowed out from cuts and pores. This isn't enough. Wang Ting gritted his teeth. He bore with the pain and released the origins he mastered to fuse with the space tornado. That is what he wanted to try. He wanted to merge origin power with his ultimate move, but that would be extremely difficult. A single mistake and he could explode and die. Chapter 1351, Bloodstained Universe. 3. Wang Ting couldn't care anymore. The move he was attempting was the only option he had to kill Devil Emperor Bearbrain. The first origin used was the fire origin. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. He would be using divine flames as a medium to merge with the space tornado. Those flames were created by nature. They were a threat to high-tier Devil Emperors, too. Boom. The addition of an external force caused the space tornado to shake violently, becoming unstable. Wang Ting's spiritual power surged with fury. He controlled the two forces with all his might as he sought to reach a balance. There were many forces being balanced inside his body. He had tried merging the 5 basic forces in the past, so he had some experience. However, it was a little different because he was merging origin power with the power of space. Time passed gradually. He finally found an equilibrium. Both forces were balanced. Before happiness could set in, he glanced at Bearbrain and realized that the 3 robots couldn't block him anymore. Sigh. Wang Ting exhaled in frustration. Then, he fused the remaining 3 origins with the space tornado. Metal origin, earth origin, wind origin. The method was crazy, but there was no time. Boom, boom, boom. The settling tornado started rumbling again. The vibration was violent and powerful, sweeping outward. Bai Shanhu felt his eyebrows jump. He pulled General Cameron and retreated. General Cameron. Is this okay? Wang Ting was fighting for his life while they were running away. Was it appropriate? Cough. I didn't expect him to take such a huge gamble, said Bai Shanhu with an awkward cough. Bearbrain felt his heart pounding furiously, as he could sense the threat hidden in the space tornado. There was disbelief in his eyes. How could a celestial warrior execute such a powerful attack? He must be a bug. Explode, let it explode, Devil Emperor Bearbrain repeated silently, hoping Wang Ting would lose control of the vortex. However, things didn't go as expected. The worst-case scenario came to pass. The tornado began to stabilize. F***K. Bearbrain couldn't help but curse. He then made a thrusting move with his battle mace. Boom. The 3 robots were thrown back, their bodies badly mangled. The trio struggled, unable to recover. They had reached their limit. All energy was depleted and they couldn't move anymore. OSHA*T. General Cameron's expression changed entirely. Bearbrain was elated. He looked at the young man with a smirk and started gathering dark red flames on his weapon. Origin power was also present. Let's see how you stabilize it. He sneered and threw his mace directly at the space tornado. Damn it, just a little more. General Cameron felt desperate. A little more and Wang Ting would have stabilized the tornado. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. All control would be lost once the mace crashed into the space phenomenon. Bai Shanhu squinted. He sighed in his heart. Boom. The dark red battle mace entered the space tornado, resulting in a grand, terrifying explosion. Powerful fluctuations were spread. Ha ha ha. Bearbrain laughed, all the fear in his heart finally gone. He destroyed the space tornado. How can the young brat fight me now? Wang Ting. General Cameron stared at the tornado with a pale face. The young talent is still inside. Is he going to die there? His heart started to ache. Something's not right, Bai Shanhu said as he stared intently. General Cameron was stunned by what the other said, and quickly looked at the tornado. Time stopped for a moment, right after the dark red mace entered the space tornado. Then, before the weapon could escape, it was minced to pieces and the explosion was forcefully contained, as if a massive hand would have intervened, stopping the blast. How's that possible? Bearbrain shouted, with a mix of anger and fear. He was flabbergasted. Boom. No one offered a reply. Only the space tornado soared towards him. The face of the elder apparition changed. His pupils shrank as he retreated without any hesitation. He wanted to get away from the tornado's effect area. Trying to escape, said a cold voice. Bearbrain couldn't move, his body froze, and his mind stopped working. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. His body froze for 3 seconds this time. The space tornado was already an inch away from him by the time he recovered his mobility. A mighty suction force was felt. Bear Brain gave an unwilling roar. No tilde he released all his forces, but this had no effect. He couldn't escape, being that close. The powerful apparition was sucked into the tornado. Space power slashed his body endlessly. The 4 origin powers erupted, too. Boom. 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 Sometime later, the space tornado died down and scattered in space. Only the dimensional rifts present attested to the existence of the terrifying space attack. General Cameron was pale-faced and flabbergasted. He was able to tell at the moment that the space tornado was horrifying, but he was still astonished by the first-hand experience. The muscles on Bai Shanhu's face trembled. It took a while for him to calm down. This is a monster. On the other side, Devil Titan Deathbone had a deep frown, unable to hide his killing intent as he stared at the young hero. Everyone's attention was on Wang Ting. No one cared about Bear Brain. A torn body gradually appeared once the tornado subsided, floating in space, drenched in blood and completely distorted. It wasn't hard to see that every single part of this body was riddled in wounds. A large amount of fresh blood was splattered, dispersing in the void. It was a blood-stained universe. Chapter 1352, The Greatest Victory in the History of Defense, Planet Number 29. 1. The blood of a high-tier Devil Emperor was used to color the universe. What an amazing battle exploit! In all of history, there weren't many celestial warriors able to achieve such a feat. That is, no battle had ever been good enough to celebrate. At least not in Defense Planet Number 29's history. Everyone's gazes landed on the young man. There were many different emotions showing in their eyes, but all of them shared one similarity. They were astounded. It was an unprecedented astonishment. The atmosphere was silent. The whole thing felt like a silent film. Everyone was in shock. It was difficult to calm down. Wang Ting executed his real eye to confirm whether Bear Brain was dead. However, at that very moment a black energy sphere flew out from the solar dragon's body and dashed towards Devil Titan Deathbone. Damn it! General Cameron shouted with an ugly expression. He quickly reacted. Trying to escape. Bai Shanhu's gaze turned sharp. An invisible force surged out from his body and rushed to prevent the apparition from escaping. Deathbone snorted. Boom. Bai Shanhu was countered. Another energy sphere collided with the attack and caused an explosion. The black sphere took the chance to enter Deathbone's eye. Bai Shanhu knew that the latter had meddled, stopping him from catching the Devil Emperor. He furrowed his brow. Deathbone glanced at Wang Ting quietly. Then, both his eyes started to spin as if inside a whirlpool before they disappeared. Only Bear Brain's voice echoed in the air. Wang Ting. His tone was filled with hatred and bitterness. I'll remember you. One day, I'll come back and have my revenge. General Cameron clenched his fist and clenching his teeth. Damn it, he got away. Wang Ting shook his head with regret. Devil Emperor No Brain was a powerful high-tier apparition. He took great pains to defeat him, but he was unable to kill him in the end. It was regretful. Bai Shanhu patted Wang Ting's shoulder and replied calmly, "This outcome isn't bad. It's just a little regretful," Wang Ting said with a smile. "After all, I almost killed myself. This is a huge loss for me." Bai Shanhu was speechless. This is what he cares about. Oh well. Using a celestial warrior's life in exchange for a high-tier Devil Emperor's life was a good bargain. No, that's not right. This young man is a genius. He was as valuable as a high-tier Devil Emperor. Bai Shanhu would be unwilling to lose him. Don't act rashly in the future. It's all right if a high-tier Devil Emperor runs away. You'll be able to fight it once you mature, the human expert said earnestly. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows in surprise. Bai Shanhu had a high opinion of him. Indeed, it was impossible to hide how outstanding he was. The corners of Bai Shanhu's lips trembled when he noticed the young man's expression. This fellow is a little narcissistic. He complimented the latter because he was astounded by the young one's skill. To think he would act smug after a single praise. It would be better not to congratulate the fellow in the future. Wang Ting didn't know what Bai Shanhu was thinking. He glanced around excitedly and scooped the attribute goodies. Those were the bubbles dropped by the high-tier Devil Emperor. He would definitely find lots of good stuff. Wang Teng released what was left of his spiritual power and pulled the attribute bubbles over. They flew over like sparrows returning to their nest. Constellation Force, Dark, *6800 Divine Level Dark Talent *2600 Divine Level Fire Talent *3500 Constellation Force, Fire, *7500 Constellation Force, Earth, *6800 Solar Dragon Flame *3200 Darkness Origin *1300 Flame Origin *1800 Earth Origin *1600 Dark Flame Domain *5200 Earth Domain *4700 Celestial Realm Spirit *10700 Cosmos Realm Enlightenment *13500. The attribute bubbles merged with his body, making him take a deep breath. The happiness in his eyes was apparent. This many. As expected, General Cameron and Devil Emperor Barebrain had dropped many attributes, all of them extraordinary. There was nothing much to say about the Dark and Earth's constellation forces. Wang Ting had already attained the perfected 9th level of the celestial stage in those two attributes. They couldn't go any higher. He also received an ample amount of constellation fire force, too. There were 21,800 points in total, raising his stats to the perfected 9th level of the celestial stage. Constellation Fire Force, 90,000, celestial stage, 9th level, that was the third force to reach that stage. Wang Ting was now one step closer to the cosmos stage. Next were the two divine talents, Darkness and Fire. Wang Ting gained many divine-level dark talent attributes from the obelisk scale dragon beast. This new addition raised the stats even more. This time, both the dragon beast and Barebrain were like two bosses. They yielded lots of divine dark talent bubbles. Hence, his dark talent had exceeded the divine-level wind talent, which was the first divine stat he had gotten. As for divine fire talent, that was something new. Wang Ting successfully raised his Emperor-level fire talent to the divine level. Chapter 1353, The Greatest Victory in the History of Defense. Planet number 29. 2. It was a qualitative change. A grand transformation. Divine level dark talent, 12300 50,000 divine level fire talent, 5400 50,000. Wang Teng didn't feel much difference when his dark talent increased. It had risen a few times so he got used to it. But, the change in his fire force made him feel reborn, like a monarch of flames. A single raise of a hand could easily harness the fire force potential within heaven and earth. Had he not made the conscious move, the fire potential around them would have immediately converged towards him. Bai Shanhu and General Cameron were right beside him. He didn't want to expose his secrets. One could presume they weren't idiots. They would notice the sudden change in his talent. At the same time, divine and beast flames grew more intimate with him. They had been tamed by him, so they listened properly to commands, but the feeling was different now. They were treating him like one of their own. There was a difference between a master and a clansman. Wang Teng was delighted by the change. He possessed 4 divine-level talents now. 4. How scary was that? No one would even dare think about it. Even eternal stage warriors would fight to have him as a disciple if this secret was leaked. Next was the solar dragon flame, a special kind. Wang Teng was surprised. He carefully observed the dark red flame in his mind, even taking the opportunity to tease it. This flame was more powerful than the scorching beast flame, the star phoenix flame and the rest. Of course, it couldn't be compared to divine flames. Divine flames are indeed the best, Wang Teng thought. Well, having one more flame wasn't bad. He would be able to better execute his dragon blood battle physique. Wang Teng eagerly accepted it. Next were the 3 origins. He received 2,500 points of darkness origin, 3,100 points of flame origin, and 2,400 points of earth origin. Darkness origin, 7,110,000, first rank, flame origin, 3,310,000, first rank, earth origin, 5,210,000, first rank. Their information was swiftly transmitted to Wang Teng's mind, taking his understanding of the three to another level. This was especially the case for the flame origin. The current increase made the latter his third most powerful origin. The Earth's origin could have been surpassed had it not risen just then. This meant that the solar dragon race's talent exceeded that of the obelisk-scale dragon beasts, dropping many origin attributes as a result. The origin power's depth of understanding was closely linked to a person's talent and enlightenment. Others would have to work hard in order to achieve the needed level of understanding, but our hero merely needed to pick up attribute bubbles. Heaven seemed to have opened a highway for him. The feeling was addictive. He would continue to feel amazing if he kept on picking up attributes. Aside from origin powers, there were two domain attributes he didn't expect. One was the Earth domain. He had the meteorite shower domain, so he considered merging it with the Earth domain, but he had other thoughts after some pondering. The Earth domain was the most basic domain, with many changes and opportunities to transform, making the meteorite shower domain a lesser skill in comparison. The latter was more focused on strength and explosive power. Wang Teng blinked and decided to understand the Earth domain thoroughly. Earth domain, 1703,000, third rank, 4,700 attribute points pushed his Earth domain to the third rank. The other domain was more special. It was the Dark Flame domain. That was the domain used by Devil Emperor Bearbrain. It was even more powerful than General Cameron's Earth domain. Our hero became gradually cognizant of the new domain as the attribute bubbles merged with his body. As expected, this is a combination of the dark and fire domains. Bearbrain probably created this on his own, so it's more powerful than either of the two domains when executed separately. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He guessed this when he saw the domain in action, and then confirmed it when he received it. Devil Emperor Bearbrain was an amazing figure. His understanding of domains was exceptionally deep. His comprehension was evident, being a dark apparition and grasping the fire domain, and on top of that merging it with his dark domain. This wasn't something a normal apparition could do. A pity for him that he gifted this to me in the end. Domain amalgamation is the path I'm heading towards. The excitement in Wang Ting's eyes grew thicker. He had always wanted to merge his domains, but none of them was at a high stage. It had been too early to merge any of them. Actually, he could have done an initial fusion at first, but it wouldn't have been stable enough to use against his opponents. Who would use an unstable domain in a real fight? Dark Flame domain, 2203,000, third rank, 5,200 attribute points allowed this domain to directly reach the third rank. Wang Ting felt elated. Both the domains he received that day were at the third rank. It was a decent gain. His highest was fourth ranked. Even so, he wondered why the Earth domain and the Dark Flame domain were at the initial phase and not the actualization phase. By right, General Cameron and Devil Emperor Bearbrain's domains shouldn't be at the initial phase. Chapter 1354 The Greatest Victory in the History of Defense Planet Number 29. 3. Did the system shortchange me on purpose? Wang Ting thought about reasoning with the system, but he remembered how distant and cold it was, so he silently accepted his fate. I can take things slow and grasp things gradually. I'm not in a hurry, Wang Ting consoled himself. As for the spirit and enlightenment drops, there was nothing special about them. He collected them and felt a chill circulate in his mind. The large amount of spirit he used up in the fight was replenished and he didn't feel exhausted anymore. His mind was hurting because of depletion. Fortunately, he managed to recover in time. He was spared from more suffering. A few seconds passed after collecting the attribute bubbles. Wang Ting stared at the forsaken solar dragon's body intently. Many of the attribute bubbles produced by Devil Emperor Bearbrain were special attributes exclusive to that variant dragon species. This body is a treasure. If he could secure it and beat more attributes out of it, he might be able to get more goodies. The idea was a little inappropriate, but he didn't have a choice. Attributes were paramount. Wang Teng wasn't concerned that the body wouldn't drop attributes. He had done it before, getting many useful attributes from the ancient god's corpse. This was proof that corpses could drop bubbles too. What's with that look? Bai Shan, who suddenly turned and looked at him with a strange expression. Does he have some weird fetish? Why is he staring at a corpse with such passion? It's scary. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He quickly put on a stern expression and replied, I'm just thinking what will happen to this corpse. Did it catch your eye? Bai Shan, who asked curiously. Wang Ting was quick to deny, no, I'm a normal person. Why would I be into a corpse? A normal person wouldn't use that gaze, Bai Shan, who replied calmly. Wang Ting. The misunderstanding was going way overboard. No way. Don't get me wrong, I'm innocent, Wang Ting said hurriedly. I don't care if it crossed your mind. Honestly, this corpse is a little troublesome. Bai Shan, who looked at the badly wounded corpse with a frown. He seemed worried. Why do you say that? Wang Ting asked. Wang Ting took up where the other left off, so, if they ever learned that the body of one of their own was used by a dark apparition, they will surely kick up a fuss and might even ask for the body back. They would never allow it to land in other people's hands. That's right. Bai Shan, who nodded, giving the young man a look of approval. It was easy talking to a smart person. Sounds troublesome. Wang Ting frowned. I beat the crap out of this body real bad. Will they find me? Based on their personality, maybe. Bai Shan, who gloated. Seriously? Come on, I snatched the body back on their behalf. Wang Ting felt wronged. They are a proud race. It's likely they won't take it as a favor. Bai Shan, who shook his head. This doesn't make sense. Wang Ting felt at a loss. He defeated Devil Emperor Bearbrain only to be potentially blamed by the Solar Dragon race. What gives? This counts as a war spoil. Dare to take it. The senior smiled. A war spoil? Wang Ting was stunned. I didn't defeat No Brain by myself. General Cameron made the most contribution, and the robot trio you lent me also helped. I would only be reaping the fruit of your labor. He knew his own ability. Had the general not tired the powerful apparition, and the 3 robots not helped with stalling tactics, he wouldn't have been able to be a match. He wanted the dragon corpse, but he knew his limits. The general said, Don't look at me. If it wasn't for you, I would have been killed by Bearbrain. He shook his head and continued, Also, I'm not interested in getting the corpse. It's too much trouble, and it's useless to me. I feel that you're trying to push the burden away, Wang Ting said. Don't spout nonsense. Do you want it? Bai Shan, who rolled his eyes. Wang Ting gritted his teeth and came up with an excuse. Of course, why wouldn't I? I love studying these unique races. I would cut it open and take a good look. Then, he waved a hand and pulled the body over to keep in his space ring. Cut it open? Bai Shan, who looked at him strangely. Quite bold of you, to still dare touch the body, even though you know how troublesome the Solar Dragon race is. What kind of hobby is that? This is normal for someone with a strong desire to learn, isn't it? Wang Ting waffled on. Bai Shan, who? How is this normal? What person in their right mind would have such a weird hobby? He decided not to speak with Wang Ting anymore. He could get affected. General Cameron had a strange expression too. He suspected that Wang Ting had been brainwashed by Veblen, and now the young fellow wanted to cut everything up. If they spend more time together, would Wang Ting become like Veblen? Gasp, perish the thought. That scene would be horrendous. They continued their conversation as they flew towards Defense Planet number 29. The Devil Titan was taken away, but the battle on the planet was still raging. Considering their speed, they quickly arrived above a mountain. There was a huge mess below, explosions echoing in the air. An endless amount of martial warriors stained the battlefield with their blood. They risked their lives to slaughter all the dark apparitions. By looking around, one could see there weren't many dark apparitions left, even some mid-tier Devil Emperors had died. General Kimberly and the others were surrounding the remaining mid-tier Devil Emperors. Xueluan and Jeffried were around them. General Cameron took a deep breath and shouted to the people below, Everyone, Devil Emperor Bearbrain is dead. What? Xueluan and Jeffried were appalled by the news, disbelieving, unwilling to accept the truth. Even Devil Emperor Bearbrain was defeated. Their last hope of turning the tide was for the Devil Emperor to win. However, their last ounce of hope was extinguished. The devil emperors felt utter despair. Thoughts of escaping crossed their minds, no longer having the drive to continue fighting. They had yet to give up before this, even though they were at a disadvantage. However, they knew they had no chance of winning now since all their efforts would go down the drain. It was a lost cause. On the other hand, the human martial warriors were elated. They started shouting, "Ha ha ha, we won! Ha ha ha, we won!" General Qi Yuanju and the others felt more confident when they saw General Cameron and Wang Teng arrive. They shouted at the martial warriors around them, "Soldiers, victory is ours. Follow me and kill, 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 kill." Numerous martial warriors shouted. The morale of the army rose to unprecedented heights. They roared as they charged towards the dark apparitions and massacred the lot. Roar. The dark apparitions were terrified. Then, a single dark apparition broke down and turned to escape. Fear was contagious. Other apparitions lost their will to fight and started running away. The scale tilted heavily to one side. Humanity finally welcomed their greatest victory on Defense Planet number 29. Chapter 1355 A Great Contribution. 1. The war was finally over. The remaining dark apparitions fled and scattered, but almost all of them were slayed by the human warriors and stayed there forever. Only a small number of the monsters managed to escape through the dimensional rift. Xueluan, the vampire that faced Wang Ting multiple times, was among the escapees. Wang Ting felt a little helpless as he watched the fellow escape and him being unable to do anything about it. He had already used Space Tornado twice, and was unable to summon another. Looks like this grudge could only be recorded in his little notebook. The dimensional rift in the sky disappeared since it was no longer maintained. The creatures left in silence, filled with despair. Perhaps they were biding their time for an invasion in the future. However, they probably wouldn't return for some time. The battle had hurt them, reversing the overall situation on Defense Planet number 29. After repelling the enemy's main forces, the remaining apparitions were no longer a threat. The human martial warriors were enough to clear them out and completely recover the planet. From that day onward, it would no longer be a place where dark apparitions could set foot at will. Victory. Many warriors stood in silence. They looked at the blood on their hands, feeling that the whole thing was somehow unreal. An unprecedented victory was presented to them. Even if they partook in the outcome, the idea was still unbelievable at the moment. Victory came so suddenly they weren't ready for it. The martial warriors looked at the fresh blood on their hands, and at their fallen comrades around them. 2 lines of warm tears suddenly flowed on their blood-stained cheeks. Low and suppressed whimpers came from their throats. They tried to hold back, as real men shed blood, not tears. However, it was too difficult to keep the tears from coming out. Victory. They really won. Everyone looked around and finally confirmed the fact. Roars and cheers were suddenly heard. Up in the sky, Wang Ting, General Cameron, and the others looked down with relieved smiles. Yes, they won. It had been a tough battle, but they won in the end. General Cameron was filled with emotion. He turned and looked at Wang Ting. This peerless youngster single-handedly led us to victory. Wang Ting too felt emotional. It had been a hard-won victory. There were many times he thought they were going to lose. Also, he looked down. The ground was shattered, the towering mountains had been flattened and trees felled. There were traces of destruction everywhere. It was a devastating sight. There was black mist rising. Plants were withering and drying up. They were affected by the pervading dark force. The land was barren across thousands of miles. Life ceased to exist in places soaked with dark apparitions' blood. Defense Planet number 29 was once a thriving planet filled with life. Alas, the apparition invasion gradually turned the place into a barren land. This time, the battle wrecked the sole remaining mountain range and forest. It would probably require thousands of years to recover. Wang Teng sighed. The price of war was too great. The apparitions were nothing but a scourge. No matter where they appeared, they would bring disaster and death with them. He didn't know why, but the joy of victory was a tad less stellar when he thought about this. He was a little upset. General Cameron smiled and suddenly addressed the people. Everyone. All the martial warriors looked up, eyes fiery and respectful towards their general. If it hadn't been for him tackling Devil Emperor Bearbrain and the horrifying Dark Behemoth, they would have been defeated and many martial warriors would have died in the hands of the enemy. It was clear that the name of the man who led them to victory would spread in the great Qian Empire. However, his words left everyone stunned. We are victorious. But the credit is not mine. I want to thank someone. Everyone was taken aback by the message. This isn't General Cameron's credit? How is that possible? Who has the strength to do such a thing? Who's the one being thanked? Countless questions appeared in everyone's minds while still focusing on General Cameron's face. General Cameron, is he going to? Wang Tung's eyes flashed. He was a little surprised, already guessing what the general was planning to say. He didn't expect the grand official to use that wording on such an occasion. The person I want to thank is Colonel Wang Teng, said the leading general, not keeping them in suspense for too long. He looked at Wang Teng and smiled. What? Colonel Wang Teng? All the ones present looked at the young man in astonishment. To be honest, they were all acquainted with the latter. Wang Teng's performance had been eye-catching in the previous battle. He even dared to attack a Devil Titan, which changed everyone's impression of him and earned their admiration. Everyone felt that the Tiger Strike Force's commander was truly outstanding. Later on he destroyed the Devil Ovum and prevented a major disaster. No one knew how he did it, though, yet they understood that such a contribution wasn't small. Still, the greatest contributor, it can't possibly be him. The Tiger Strike Force's Peggy, Wang Teng and the other deputy commanders were scattered around the battlefield, nursing injuries of varying degrees. Fortunately, none were life-threatening. All the members were focused on Wang Teng. They were in shock, and sharing the same thought. Chapter 1356A Great Contribution 2. Looks like our commander caused trouble again. Why did they use again in their phrasing? On the other side, Di Chi was also on the battlefield. He looked at the young hero with a troubled expression on his face. I was originally much stronger than Wang Ting. How did things turn out like this now? He couldn't understand how he was surpassed by such a huge margin without even realizing. Comparisons were infuriating. A sense of frustration welled up in his heart. Everyone, you may not know that the dark apparitions were dwelling here, planning to launch a major attack. It was Colonel Wang Ting who uncovered their plot. It was also Colonel Wang Ting who didn't hesitate to risk his life and gather a lot of useful information for us. General Cameron pushed the young hero to stand in front of him so everyone could see him. Then, his voice became extremely passionate. So, I must thank him, because without Colonel Wang Teng, we would have endured the Dark Apparition's surprise attack which would result in countless casualties. Without Colonel Wang Teng, we would have been unable to deal with the Devil Ovum and suffer disastrous consequences. Without Colonel Wang Teng, we would have been unable to inflict great damage to the obelisk scale dragon beast and chase it away. Lastly, without Colonel Wang Teng, I would probably be long gone at the hands of Devil Emperor Bearbrain. He was the one who saved me, ultimately defeating the Devil Emperor. His voice echoed in the skies. Everyone's jaws remained wide open for a long time. They found it unbelievable. Aside from the second statement, they didn't even know that the young man had done so many things. Each and every one of them found it incredible. How did he find out about the Dark Apparition's plot? How did he inflict such damage onto the obelisk scale dragon beast? And the last bit, how did Wang Ting save General Cameron from Devil Emperor Bearbrain and defeat the monster? No matter how powerful Wang Ting is, he's just a celestial warrior. How could he participate in a battle between universe-stage beings? No one doubted the general's words. It would be too easy to verify, it was impossible to fabricate lies. General Cameron had no reason to give someone else the credit. Achieving overall victory in that battle was definitely a great contribution. Even universe-stage martial warriors would envy this. Still, the news was hard to believe. All the people listening in were overtaken by shock and disbelief. The young colonel wasn't expecting his senior to mention all those exploits to the public. He was a little stunned. General Cameron didn't even tell him beforehand. It was embarrassing to be in front of that many people. He was a shy person at heart. Still, he somehow understood the reason why the general had done so. He was trying to build a narrative. The credit was too great. If reviewed by the military system, no one would know what twists and turns it would take. Moreover, Wang Ting's status was special and he had offended many people. There were many people unwilling to see the young man claim such a grand recognition. They would only need to meddle a bit to invalidate most of his deserved credit. However, everyone was informed on the spot through General Cameron, which was tantamount to providing him an insurance policy and essentially solving the problem. If anyone wanted to do something about it, they would have to ask all the martial warriors on the battlefield for their permission. General Qi Yuanju and the others exchanged glances and smiled. They didn't object to General Cameron's actions, since the credit was well deserved. They had also gained more than a fair amount of glory and credit this time round. In fact, they were really grateful for Wang Ting's actions, and didn't mind helping him along the way. The whole Tiger Strike Force was stunned by the revelation. They looked at their commander with wide eyes. Our commander did all this. No matter what, everyone was regarding Wang Ting in a completely different light. The enthusiasm and respect they had for General Cameron was transferred to our protagonist. Martial warriors always looked up to the strong. Wang Ting's actions had completely won everyone's hearts, and even their gratitude. General Cameron smiled when he saw his objective had been achieved, then asked Wang Ting, "How's this? Do you like this present?" "General Cameron, this present caught me off guard." Wang Ting raised his eyebrows, dumbfounded. "Ha ha ha." The general couldn't help but laugh when he noticed the young one's reaction. "You deserve this." Wang Ting shook his head but didn't say anything else. Their relationship became much closer than before after fighting side by side. Not to mention, he had also saved the general's life. The high official now regarded him like a nephew, not like a mere subordinate with great potential, or a talented individual. "Let's go down," General Cameron said. Senior Wang Ting turned to look, but realized that Bai Shanhu had already disappeared, leaving no trace. He didn't even notice a thing. "Bai Shanhu has already left," said the general. Chapter 1357 A Great Contribution. 3. Wang Ting nodded. He had a deeper understanding of eternal stage martial warriors. Those experts would arrive and depart without leaving a trace, and were able to kill him with a single finger. His urge to become stronger gained resolve and urgency. Then, they flew down and met up with the rest. The young hero had already collected the attribute bubbles scattered in the area, and would count them later when he went back. He saw Wei Tong and the others, then flew in their direction. His people greeted him with excitement. Leader. Wang Ting was a hero in their eyes. All the recent achievements couldn't have been done by a normal person. However, Wang Ting had done it. They felt extremely proud and honored for their leader's merits. Wang Ting glanced at them. Everyone was present, so he sighed in relief. "Is everyone all right?" Wei Tong slapped his chest and said proudly, "Ha ha ha, we won't die. The dark apparitions can't kill us." Deputy Jireh couldn't help but complain, "TSK, you would have been slaughtered by an apparition's blade if Marley hadn't saved you." Oh, Wei Tong's expression changed. He scratched his head and replied, "Don't expose me in front of our commander." Wang Ting was caught between laughter and tears. This fellow's boasting. The others laughed at Wei Tong's expression. The muscular hunk looked downright funny when showing that awkward expression. Our protagonist noticed that someone was staring at him. He looked in that general direction and saw a cold and beautiful lady standing behind the group. Her gaze was different, as she looked concerned and worried, checking him in detail to see if he was injured. It was Peggy. Peggy, his deputy since he stepped on Defense Planet number 29. Wang Ting felt touched. He smiled at her. Peggy blushed as her thoughts were seen through. She shifted her gaze elsewhere, not daring to look him in the eye. The war ended and everyone began to clear up the battlefield. It was necessary to pick up the bodies of all the fallen and lay them to rest. They were all heroes. Being left in the wilderness would be inappropriate. The Hall of Heroes was the place where they should be. Dark apparition corpses also needed to be burned. If valuable, they would be sent back for research. They could not be wasted. Along the same lines, they needed to cleanse the land and clear the remaining dark force. If not, there was a risk of new dark star beasts being born, to wreak havoc in the region again. Because of this, Wang Ting had to do manual labor. He was a light element martial warrior. Light force was the most effective way to cleanse the area from all the dark force. I have to do more things because of my light force. Why do I have it? Wang Ting shook his head with a bitter smile when he saw General Cameron. This is a good thing for you. Why are you complaining? General Cameron was at a loss. Many people are envious of you. Let them be. I can't control my talent, Wang Ting replied innocently. General Cameron was gobsmacked by the answer. He felt that the young fellow was boasting. Hey, Veblen is here too. Wang Ting saw an old man smiling at him, just behind the leading general. Wang Ting, thank you for saving Moira, Veblen thanked with the utmost sincerity. Had been unable to sleep or eat properly since she was abducted. He kept blaming himself, thinking about her missing disciple. Luckily, Wang Ting rescued her. You're welcome. Moira is my friend too. Wang Ting's gaze flickered. He had ordered the devil mind dark apparition to leave Moira's body, so she finally recovered her body's motor functions. As for the devil mind fellow, it took another body and went back to the Darkland. Justin went back with him, too. This time our hero asked Nihility to pose as Justin. It was the only way he could deal with the powerful dark apparitions in the devouring Nihility beast. Since he knew that Bear Brain didn't die, Wang Ting decided to continue with the spy work. There was a chance he would need to be a spy for a long time. As for his true form, he would be unable to head to the Darkland for some time. The League of Talents would soon be held and he needed to participate. He had his eyes on the right to enter the uncharted territory. It was crucial for him to break through to the Cosmos stage. Many thoughts crossed our hero's mind. In the end, he smiled and asked, "Is she okay?" "She's fine, just a little weak." Veblen wanted to ask for a favor. "But, could you make a Shenyang soul-restoring pill to help her soul recover?" "This is a small matter. I'll make one for her when I head back," Wang Ting replied. "Thank you. I owe you 2 favors now. In the future, you can look for me when you need help. I'll offer assistance to the best of my ability," Veblen promised happily. Wang Ting smiled and waved a hand. "No need to be so polite. We're close friends. Do I look like someone who does it for the sake of favors?" Veblen glanced at him and replied, "You're right, we're close friends. Why do we need favors?" "Wang Ting, I was just being polite. Do you know what being polite means? This old fellow. He's doing this on purpose." Ha ha ha. General Cameron laughed uncontrollably when he noticed the cornered Wang Ting. He waved his hands and said, "All right, let's remove the remaining dark force first. The longer we take, the harder it'll be to cleanse." Veblen turned serious and nodded. He took out a strange device and passed it to Wang Ting. "This is the purifier. There are light force stones embedded within. You can instill them with your light force. With this you'll be able to clear a large area." "Interesting." Wang Ting examined the device he received. He used his real eye to look at the internal structure and exclaimed, "There's a light element array inside." "Oh, you can see it?" Veblen was surprised. Then, he remembered. "Oh right, you're a rune master." Wang Ting smiled. Chapter 1358 Storm in the Capital, 1. Back in Defense Planet Number 29's main base. Battlecrafts flew over from afar, carrying with them the smell of blood as they moved towards the main base. The martial warriors guarding the main base looked up, alerted by the arrivals. "They are back. General Cameron is back. I wonder how'd it go." Everyone was excited. Discussions exploded at ground level. Everyone felt uneasy. This time humans were the ones attacking. Hence, many were feeling pessimistic, predicting it would be a disastrous defeat. Of course, some of the war advocates had the idea that humans should be proactive. They felt that they had to stop their defeat streak by launching a retaliation. The battlecrafts in the air stopped and contacted the main base's commanding system. They only entered after their identity was confirmed. All the battlecrafts entered the main base. The bloodstains and damage caused by force attacks became evident as they got closer. This proved how intense the encounter had been. However, the returning vessels were the same in number as the ones that set off to fight. This implied that the casualties weren't excessive this time. Everyone was guessing the outcome and started smiling. The ships floated down and parked on the field. Martial warriors streamed down with General Cameron in the lead. A few Heaven Stage generals stepped forward. "Welcome, General Cameron. Congratulations for your victorious return." They had already received the news. It was a grand victory. Ha ha ha. The leading general couldn't hide the smile on his usually stern face, laughter overflowing. The martial warriors present inferred from the reactions of their superiors, there was happiness in their eyes. The generals who stayed at the base stared at General Chi Yuanju and their other peers behind General Cameron, feeling envious. This was a huge merit. Why weren't we part of it? They would be lying if they said they weren't jealous. However, they chose to stay at the base. That's right, General Cameron gave them the chance. Alas, there always were people who would doubt and choose to stay behind. General Chi Yuanju and the others followed General Cameron without any hesitation and earned the credit. They deserved it. The group of high officials felt proud when they noticed those reactions. The officials who stayed were in a different league and had always opposed their decision. Finally, those naysayers suffered a massive loss. Let's see if they'll cry this time. General Cameron stepped forth and asked, "General Tien, is everything okay at the base?" "Don't worry, everything is fine. No incidents took place," General Tien Bombing replied. "That's good to hear." General Cameron heaved a sigh of relief. The main army was dispatched for the Great War. Only a small portion of martial warriors had remained to guard the base. They could have lost the base if the apparitions took the chance to attack. Fortunately, that didn't happen. "General Cameron, I'll ask my men to make some preparations so we can celebrate our victory," Tien Bombing suggested with a smile. General Cameron waved a hand. "There's no hurry. Many soldiers were injured, why don't we give them some time to rest? We should celebrate together." Tien Bombing patted his head and said in a hurry, "What am I thinking? Of course, of course. Also, I need to make a post-war report to headquarters. I might be busy in the next 2 days, General Cameron said. Tien Bombing felt embarrassed by the rejection. The generals standing at the side gave him disdainful glances. The fellow was trying to curry favor since General Cameron's campaign was victorious. Unfortunately, the latter was having none of that. Furthermore, his actions belied his impatience. The most important thing at the moment was to make the post-war report and reward the martial warriors according to their contributions. No one had the time to party with him. General Cameron asked General Chi Yuanju and the rest of the officials to go back and send some of the seriously injured soldiers to the infirmary. He was placing great importance in their recovery, ensuring that each of the injured would receive the best treatment. Everything progressed smoothly. Wang Teng got pulled to execute light force treatments again. After all, its effect to counter dark apparitions attacks was amazing. This was a good thing. His reputation continued to rise thanks to this. Martial warriors were shocked by his many great achievements in the past and respected him for it, but now they felt closer to him and supported him more. He would definitely rise in ranks soon, with a bright future ahead of him, unlike normal warriors like them. Still, he wasn't arrogant, being down to earth and joking around when interacting with them. It was hard to tell that the young man was a genius. How could he not receive their respect and love? A storm was brewing in the Great Qian Empire. News was sent from Defense Planet number 29. Many amongst the higher authorities knew about the matter and were astounded. They quickly sent their men to confirm the authenticity of the reports. The result was, humans had indeed achieved a grand victory, and would be able to regain control of the entire Defense Planet number 29 soon. Gasp! Everyone was in shock. Chapter 1359 Storm in the Capital, 2. On the Great Chen planet, there was a huge military fortress stationed in the northwest region, bigger than the capital itself. Numerous heavy force weapons had been set up in the battle fortress, while ships were floating in the air above. Security was tight. Teams of martial warriors with powerful auras would make patrol rounds, looking for any abnormalities. All the arrangements gave the fortress a stern and cold vibe. It was a forbidden ground. The fortress was the second most important area on the planet. No one would dare to make trouble there. In first place was the Great Chen Palace. The former served as headquarters of the Empire's military, a place that everyone respected and yearned to be part of. It was a great honor for any general to enter the place. The Great Chen Empire treated their military extremely well. Such preferential treatment was the result of the blood and lives given by martial warriors. The general public would have no chance to enjoy a peaceful life without all those fighters deployed on the various defense planets to block the dark forces. Furthermore, the generals posted there held strong military power and had amazing battle abilities. No one would dare fight against the military. In a nutshell, the status of the military was sacrosanct. There was only respect for them. Just then, in one of the fortress halls, rays of light were suddenly manifested. They were holograms, not real humans. However, they looked extremely real. No one spoke, all of them sat quietly around the hall. "Everyone, what do you think about the battle on Defense Planet number 29? Said a calm voice that resounded in the hall. The person speaking wasn't in the hall. The voice seemed to come out of nowhere, as if originating from a different dimension. Everyone was used to it, remaining composed yet frowning a little when they heard the question. They were contemplating how to answer. The voice posed another question: "Is there anything abnormal on the other defense planets?" "Nothing abnormal has been found," replied a middle-aged general. Based on his attire, his general rank could be gleaned. "The battle on defense planet number 29 was unusual," someone said. It was another general. "That's right. It was unusual." Everyone instantly caught on and nodded in agreement. "However, our men discovered it in time and won the battle." "This was unexpected," one of the men said with a smile. Everyone gave meaningful looks to the latter. They knew that the commander who won the battle on defense planet number 29 was under this person's wing. All of the attendees had a tacit understanding, no one would cause trouble there. The recent battle was fought extremely well. They saw through the Dark Apparition's plan and reaped a massive achievement. No one could find any loose ends. There were many factions within the military, but everyone shared a common enemy. They were ultimately united. That was the main reason the military had progressed thus far. The imperial family would probably begin to worry if all the people in the military were on great terms. After all, there would always be competition when interests were at stake. This was a constant. Anyway, once they heard the officer's words, someone said, "That's right. Not everyone can see through the Dark Apparition's planning. In all my years in the Force, I have never heard of anyone exposing enemy plans beforehand. Dark apparitions were entirely different from humans, which made it impossible to infiltrate their ranks so they couldn't find out their plans. That was the reason why humans were always on the passive side. However, they took the initiative this time. It was a groundbreaking progress." "Oh right, the young lad called Wang Teng discovered the scheme," the calm voice exclaimed in surprise. "He's just a celestial warrior, but he has the ability to injure a universe stage expert. Interesting." Based on the wording, it was easy to tell that the speaker was highly interested in the young hero. Wang Teng's stellar performance on the battlefield had also been reported. All the generals knew about his outstanding battle records. Intrigue was shown in everyone's eyes. Even powerhouses like them were surprised. What a genius. They couldn't have achieved this even when they were young. "I seem to recall that he has some grudges with the Parkers, doesn't he? They fought in the capital. Many people learned about this," someone said with a smile. Someone pondered out loud, "Wang Teng wasn't so powerful back then. He could at most injure a heaven stage martial warrior, but he progressed quickly. Looks like he became much stronger during his time on Defense Planet number 29. Gasp. This is a talent like never seen in a million years, someone chimed in. Ha ha ha, the Parkers must be anxious, said another, gloating. Everyone present had powerful statuses and abilities. No one feared the Parkers. Many of them began to smile, looking forward to the potential show on the horizon. We have to protect him until he's fully mature. He's part of the military, we can't let anything happen to a talent like him, one of the attendees added. Chapter 1360 Storm in the Capital, 3, that's right, he's our man. We can't let anyone hurt him. Mph, let's see who dares to try. All the generals instantly switched on their parent mode, wanting to protect Wang Teng. They didn't care about others, at all, and neither did they fear anyone who stepped up against them. Oh right, this lad is going to participate in the League of Talents, right? Looks like the military will be in the limelight this time. That's good. Our reputation will rise even higher, and more talents will want to join us. How unexpected. We didn't do a thing and a talent fell in our hands. Either way, Wang Ting made a huge contribution this time, a reward is in order. I heard that he's already a colonel, a rank promotion would be inappropriate. We can give him the National Military Medal first. The National Military Medal? He does have the right to receive it, given his merits. No objections here. Me neither. This also works as a way to protect him. Yes, let's give it to him. This was how Wang Teng receiving the great honor was decided. No one would ever think that the medal would be handed to him because of a few sentences. Only a few of these medals had been given out in the Great Qian Empire. And yet, it was going to be bestowed upon a celestial warrior. The young hero would have been denounced had he not made such a massive contribution. All right, that'll be all for the rewards matter. I have something more important to tell you all, said the calm voice. The hall became silent again. When you go back, please inspect the situation on all planets. Even the devil Ovum appeared. I have a feeling that this dark apparition battle is not a coincidence. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. They turned grim. This was something on their minds, too. They had been fighting against the apparitions for many years. They would have died long before, never reaching such high positions if they couldn't detect this. Yes. Everyone was quick to reply. Okay, you can leave now. Report immediately if you discover anything. Then, the voice wasn't heard again. The great hall turned silent. The holograms started to disappear, everyone left within a few seconds. The hall was empty, as if no one would have been there. In the capital city, within a golden and extravagant great hall, a young man was cultivating in a cross-legged position. Wisps of golden light seeped into his body, strengthening his aura. The cultivation speed attested to the young man's high talent. At the same time, his scripture was top grade. Either of those two factors meant that he wasn't an ordinary person. The young man's black hair flowed down his back. He was a handsome fellow who gave off a noble vibe, along with an outstanding aura. After his cultivation progressed for some time, he gradually opened his eyes and a sharp gold light flashed in his pupils. Come in. A cold and distant voice came out from his mouth. No noise was heard outside the great hall. The mere sound of footsteps were heard after the order was given. A figure walked in at a fast pace. If Wang Ting were present, he would recognize the man. It was Lu Qing, the person who took Swait from him. He was the third prince's subordinate. Your Highness. Lu Qing walked in and bowed respectfully. The person cultivating was the third prince of the Great Qian Empire. Why are you so anxious? The prince asked calmly. Your Highness, the people below have sent this report. Please have a look. Lu Qing hesitated for a moment before passing the document to the noble. The prince glanced at the other, then opened the letter. He skimmed through it and frowned. The atmosphere tensed up. The lackey stood at the side, trembling in fear. He wouldn't dare open his mouth at the moment, and his heart pounded furiously. He was having a hard time keeping composure. He didn't expect Wang Ting to complete such a huge undertaking. In the past, He had only felt that Wang Ting was a haughty fellow when he saw him on Defense Planet number 29. He didn't even care about the third prince. He was filled with contempt for the young man. Since he had offended the prince, his life would be cut short, even if he was talented. But now, the other party was still alive and kicking, quite well at that. The third prince would no longer be able to touch him as easily as in the past. "He's quite lucky," the third prince said indifferently. "Yes. Wang Teng is just a celestial warrior. All of those merits must be due to some extremely lucky windfall. Maybe the generals on that planet helped him. He won't be able to achieve this on his own," Lu Qing agreed. "Based on the outcome, the higher-ups in the military will take notice of him soon. I can give him one more chance to come under my wing the next time I see him," the third prince said. Lu Qing was shocked. The prince still wants to pull Wang Teng over. But, based on the young man's personality, he would definitely disagree. Many thoughts went through his mind, but all he said was, "It is his honor to have the fortune of your good graces." Chapter 1361 Storm in the Capital, 4, You can leave. Keep paying attention to him. The third prince closed his eyes. Lu Qing stayed silent as he bowed and left. The noble reopened his eyes. His gaze turned sharp. The dossier he was holding was engulfed in a ball of golden light. It turned into ashes and disappeared. In the imperial garden, a tall and slender young man in a long white gown was watering the rare plants and flowers with a watering can. The young man was graced with handsome looks, and was a little similar to the third prince. Both had a noble aura, but the former's vibe was gentle and calm. He wasn't as cold and arrogant. A beautiful young lady stood behind him. She looked as refined and elegant as a white swan. She wore a long purple dress that accentuated her perfect figure. Her charisma was undeniable. Any man would have been mesmerized by her presence. Second prince. A person appeared in a hurry. The young man was the second prince. He turned to look at Zhu Jingtian with a smile. "Jingtian, why the rush?" Zhu Jingtian, "Mind your manners when you meet the second prince," scolded the young lady with a frown. "It's all right," said the prince, waving a hand. "Ha ha." Zhu Jingtian chuckled. He gave the lady a proud glance before passing the report to the young noble. "Your Highness, quick, take a look at this report. This is information about Baron Wang Teng, whom you asked me to pay attention to. Looks like there's big news." The noble passed the watering can to the lady and took the report. He then read through it with interest. The more he read, the smaller his smile became. He was astounded. "Is this the Wang Ting who rejected the second prince's offer?" The young lady seemed unhappy. "Yes, that's the one." Zhu Jingtian nodded. He wondered what face the uppity young lady would make once she learned of the young hero's achievements. She had a very bad impression of the latter since he had rejected the second prince's offer. Zhu Jingtian was waiting for a good show. "He's just a baron. Why the need to disturb his highness?" The young lady snorted. "Qingyi, you may be wrong this time." The prince shook his head and sighed. "Your highness, what do you mean?" Lin Qingyi was surprised. "Take a look." The noble sat down on a stone stool in the garden and passed the report to the lady. Lin Qingyi was puzzled. She scanned the content of the report and her expression froze. "This is impossible," she exclaimed in disbelief after a few seconds. "That's how it is." Zhu Jingtian chuckled. He had a great time talking to Wang Teng, so he was astounded yet happy when the latter achieved that merit. Looking at Lin Qingyi's bewildered expression made him feel even more refreshed. "You did it on purpose, right?" Lin Qingyi glared at him. "Ha ha ha." Zhu Jingtian burst out laughing. The second prince smiled and waved a hand. All right, all right." He then said with regret, "Wang Teng is impressive, but my offer isn't good enough to get such a talent." "Your Highness, you're thinking too highly of him. Your status is much higher than his. He might have made some achievements, but has not worth your effort," Lin Qingyi said in a hurry. Zhu Jingtian opened his mouth but chose not to speak in the end. From a prince's perspective, Wang Teng's status was indeed too low. He would only be seen as a true talent if he became an eternal stage martial warrior. There were many talents in the world. Chapter 1362 Their spirit will live on. The Pillar of the Empire. 1. Defense Planet Number 29. After many days of rest and recuperating, many of the heavily injured had recovered and their lives were no longer in danger. Now, there was a legend about a nanny in the military camp. Of course, it was all a joke, just a sign that everyone was close to the young hero. Wang Ting's face turned black when he heard the rumors. He felt tired. It seemed that his nickname would stay with him for life. Moira covered her mouth and chuckled. The young hero had taken some time in the few days prior to make the Shenyang soul-restoring pill and saved her. Wang Ting had found her in time, so the devil mind apparition had not sucked too much of her soul. Her injury was lesser than Di-Chi's and she experienced a swift recovery. The undefeatable Colonel Wang Ting has the nickname Nanny. What a stark contrast. Moira laughed. Go away. The young man was angry and frustrated. All right, don't mind it. It's just a nickname, Moira consoled him. Why don't I give you one? Wang Ting stared at Moira's chest. Fart. Moira snorted. She couldn't stand his gaze, so she hurriedly changed the topic. I came to thank you in person. It's nothing. Wang Ting waved a hand in dismissal. She was stunned by his response, so she snapped back angrily. My life is nothing? I think you're humiliating me. Wang Ting teased her. Saving you was a piece of cake. Moira, you won't get a girlfriend, she said softly. Do you want to be my girlfriend? Wang Ting nudged her. Don't overthink it, she replied with a calm tone, while combing her long hair. That's good. I'm an outstanding man, and too many ladies love me. I can't have another. Wang Ting sighed. Moira. This guy's heart must be made of trash. How insensitive. It took her a few deep breaths to calm down. Then, she handed something to Wang Ting. This is my gift to you. What is this? A little branch. Wang Ting sized up the item with interest. Then, he gasped and added, there's a dense amount of light force inside. My friend from the light velvet planet gave this to me. You can look for her if you have any troubles in the future, Moira said. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. This must be important to you. Are you sure you want to give it to me? I'm leaving. Moira waved a hand and simply left. Slap. Someone suddenly slapped his shoulder and teased, stop looking, she's gone already. I knew you were hiding back there. Wang Ting turned and looked at Di-Chi, feeling at a loss. You send your spiritual power all over the base. Di-Chi was similarly taken aback. Wang Ting stored the little branch in a small jade box. One can't be too careful. Di-Chi shrugged and asked, anyway, what's going to happen with my cousin if you start dating Veblen's disciple? What do you mean? What about your cousin? Wang Ting's face turned black. He quickly added, there's nothing going on between me and your cousin. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Also, there's nothing between me and Moira. Don't tarnish her reputation. TSK, I saw everything. Di-Chi pouted and sniggered. What did you see? A dangerous glow appeared in Wang Ting's eyes. He stared at the other with a smile. Cough, nothing. I saw nothing. Di-Chi quickly changed his tune. This fellow is too powerful. I can't afford to offend him. Look at your timid expression. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. Don't joke about your cousin and me. I'd be put on the spot if your family finds out and later wants me to be their son-in-law. Di-Chi wanted to give him a thumbs up. Never had he seen such a thick-skinned person. Dong. Just then, the clock in the base chimed. Wang Ting and Di-Chi turned serious. Let's go. Wang Ting walked out. Di-Chi nodded and followed. The pair reached a building at the back of the military base. The place had a simple build, but it was tall, and it gave off a dignified vibe. A huge stone tablet was erected in front of said building, with names carved on its surface. There were countless of them. Wang Ting blinked when he saw this. He started to feel emotional. Countless martial warriors rushed over from all directions. They walked silently, standing in the plaza facing the building. None of them made a sound. Upon closer observation, everyone was wearing their military attire. A white cloth tied on their shoulders was extremely conspicuous. Wang Teng and Di were no exception. More and more people arrived. The plaza was packed. However, it was strangely quiet. Silence. There was only silence and deep sorrow in everyone's eyes. Some of the people were still bandaged, as they had yet to recover completely, but they also stood there in silence. Chapter 1363 Their spirit will live on. The pillar of the empire. 2. A light shower fell from the grey sky all of a sudden. Heaven seemed to be moved by the atmosphere. Orderly footsteps were heard coming from a distance. A path was cleared. Warriors in military attire were making their way over, carrying black wooden caskets. General Cameron was in the lead. Swoosh. The martial warriors in the plaza stood up straight and saluted. The ones carrying the caskets entered the building under everyone's gazes. As the clock chimed, a sorrowful and solemn voice came from the building and carried in the air. To our heroes. Your spirit will live on. That was the Hero Hall. Every defense planet had one of such buildings. The corpses of the fallen warriors, or their belongings would be buried there so they could rest in peace. Wherever they died, they were buried. It was the highest level of respect for their dead heroes. It was their home. Wang Teng was awestruck. He looked up and felt an invisible force spinning above the building, something akin to the souls of all those heroes. The dead were gone, but the living needed to move on. The next day, everyone swallowed the sadness and switched to their tough side. They resumed their usual behavior, firmly set on the martial warrior's path. Another matter ignited everyone's emotions and spirit. The National Military Medal. Defense Planet Number 29 would receive one soon. There was great uproar when this piece of news was revealed. It was the talk everywhere, being the hot topic for many days. Such a recognition was a huge honor. Many took it as fuel to motivate themselves. However, it was extremely rare. Only a handful of martial warriors had managed to get a medal over the years. Even the older martial warriors who had been on Defense Planet Number 29 for tens of years had yet to see one. And yet, someone posted on their planet was going to receive it. It was a huge honor for them all. In the future, others would say, look, they are from Defense Planet Number 29. They received a national military medal recently. That was why everyone was excited and pumped up. Everyone was also guessing who the recipient would be. They turned their attention to one person in unplanned synchronicity. Wang Ting. General Cameron had recited Wang Ting's contributions a few days prior, so everyone was in the know. Everyone's guess was that the young colonel would be the one who would get the medal. His contributions were outstanding. However, no one thought he could receive the award since it was extremely rare. Not even General Cameron could receive it. But now, everyone was certain it would be him. Aside from Wang Teng, no one fulfilled the requirement. Di instantly rushed to find the young hero when he heard the news, feeling extremely jealous. You must treat me to something. It would be inappropriate if you don't. His face was red, belying how jealous he felt. He couldn't control himself. It was the National Military Medal. What a huge honor. He hailed from a noble family, yet he couldn't resist the medal's allure. None of his noble peers from the younger generation would ever beat him if he were the one receiving the recognition. His status and identity would be a notch higher than the rest. Alas, the medal had nothing to do with him. He could only dream about it. It's just a national military medal. Why are you getting so worked up for? Calm down, Wang Teng replied indifferently. He had already received the notification and knew he would be the one awarded, so he could boast about it peacefully. He would be reduced to a joke if it weren't so. Di-Chi's expression froze. He stared at Wang Teng bitterly. This fellow is baiting me on purpose. This is infuriating. Isn't he afraid of getting beaten up? Wang Ting waved a dismissive hand and said generously, anyway, I can treat you to something. Just tell me what you want to eat. Your answer doesn't make me happy for some reason. Di-Chi shook his head and sighed. Jealousy will only make you lose yourself. Wang Ting patted his shoulder. Go away. Di-Chi fumed. Ha ha ha. Wang Ting burst out laughing. Anyway, are you sure you don't want to consider my cousin? I think she likes you. Her parents have been asking me about you lately. Looks like you caught their eye. Di winked at Wang Teng. Come on, why are Olivia's parents joining the game? Wang Teng felt shocked. It would be fun if they forced him to get married. Ha ha ha, you're too outstanding. It's normal for them to be interested. Di laughed. No way. I'm just a small baron, not worthy enough to join a Grand Duke's family, Wang Teng replied hurriedly. I have high hopes for you. Di patted the young hero's shoulder. He then felt proud for being able to tease the fellow. He had yet to realize that he might need to pay the price for selling his cousin. Chapter 1364 Their spirit will live on. The Pillar of the Empire. 3. Di dared to sell his younger cousin without any hesitation. Amid the anticipation of many, morning arrived. An announcement resounded in the entire base. All martial warriors, please gather in the plaza. Wang Ting finished his breakfast and went to the plaza along with Di, Peggy, Wei Tong, and the others. They stood in front of the Tiger Strike Force. Everyone was in military attire, standing up straight. The other martial warriors arrived. Raging Bear and Red Scorpion were not far. The two commanders, Barkley and House, gave Wang Teng envious looks. Being in the military, they couldn't resist the temptation of the National Military Medal. In the past, they felt that losing once didn't matter, because they could win in the future. They would still get more chances. In the end, Wang Ting had surpassed them before the chances came. He had the highest glory, the National Military Medal. How could they compare with him? Even if they worked hard and received it in the future, this would very likely happen numerous years later. They felt bitter for a moment. The commander of the Tiger Strike Force was a monster. They lamented in their hearts. The other martial warriors were also looking in Wang Teng's direction. The envy and respect in their gazes were apparent. More and more people gathered in the plaza. Then, the generals arrived. How could they not attend the event? General Cameron stood on the platform in front of the plaza and shouted, "Soldiers, let's welcome General Fu Xinglan from headquarters." General Fu Xinglan. Many people were taken aback with surprise. He was a renowned general from the core of the military, one who had made great contributions on one of the defense planets and was also holder of the National Military Medal. Furthermore, he was an eternal stage warrior. However, he stepped down after his breakthrough was achieved through some forceful means, and would rarely appear in public. No one expected such a famous general to personally present the National Military Medal to Wang Teng. The latter raised his eyebrows when he overheard some discussions. He was equally stunned. General Fu Xinglan will be presenting you with the National Military Medal. This is a great honor, Di said with respect. Amid everyone's expectation and excited gazes, a figure slowly appeared next to General Cameron. It was a charismatic middle-aged man. He wasn't handsome, a little ordinary-looking even, but his aura was exceptional. His white long hair was scattered over his shoulders, his eyes were calm and deep. This is General Fu Xinglan. Wang Teng was surprised. He could see the immense amount of force and its glaring glow coming from the senior's body using his real eye. He was on par with Bai Shanhu. He was also a powerful martial warrior. Fu Xinglan felt Wang Teng's gaze and looked down. He looked into the young man's eyes with his calm gaze. However, he quickly shifted his gaze to look elsewhere. It was a quick action, but Wang Teng was still shocked. Was I discovered? No, the other party only noticed his gaze. Round ball's exclamation resounded in Wang Teng's mind. Wang Teng, this General Fu Xinglan is impressive. Wang Teng took a deep breath and asked with curiosity, "What do you mean?" The general's achievements are legendary. He had already won numerous wars against dark apparitions before he advanced to the eternal stage. He rarely suffered defeat and was considered the god of war. His military exploits were outstanding, and was bestowed the National Military Medal for it. He was merely at the heaven stage back then. No one knew how many battles he had won by the time he reached the universe stage. When he rose to the eternal stage, rumors were spread that he killed numerous devil titans and was greatly feared by the dark apparitions. Round Ball sent a large bulk of information about General Fu Xinglan to Wang Teng as they spoke. "Oh my God." Wang Teng cursed directly. He squinted and said, "Is he a bug?" "You could say that. He was basically the man of his era." Round Ball continued, "He has a high status in the military and the Great Qian Empire. I didn't expect that he would be the one presenting the medal to you." Wang Teng nodded. He was in awe and felt proud about the situation. It was indeed a great honor to have that general taking part in the ceremony. General Fu Xinglan glanced at everyone and saluted. "I'm glad to return to Defense Planet number 29. Then," he continued, "I have fought here before. Being back makes me emotional. Of course, I'm happy to see you all. You show me a different spirit. Before I came here, I was wondering what the army who defeated the dark apparitions looked like. What kind of army is able to achieve this huge victory? I understood when I laid eyes on you. This is a tough and fiery army. Achieving victory is not a coincidence. You make me proud." There was commotion among the martial warriors below. They all felt exhilarated. Receiving General Fu Xinglan's compliment was a cause for great prestige. Everyone knew that the senior expert always meant what he said. He would never say polite words. The men were only attending the medal bestowal, but they also received General Fu Xinglan's compliment. It was a pleasant surprise. The famous powerhouse lowered his hand and all noise disappeared. He then opened his mouth to address the crowd. Chapter 1365 Their spirit will live on. The Pillar of the Empire. 4. I came here today to present the National Military Medal. Colonel Wang Ting, please come on stage. General Fu Xinglan was straightforward. His gaze landed on Wang Ting. Instantly, all eyes were on the latter. As expected, "It's him." Their inner speculations were confirmed at the moment. Envy and admiration appeared on their faces as they trained their eyes on Wang Ting. Wang Ting stepped on the stage, calm and composed. General Fu Xinglan looked at the young man in front of his in satisfaction as he spoke in a low voice. "Colonel Wang Ting, your exploits during this war were outstanding. On behalf of the military and the Great Qian Empire, I award you with the National Military Medal. This medal represents the pillar of the empire. I hope you'll stay true to your principles and never forget your battle spirit. May you flourish, may all martial arts flourish." "Yes." Wang Ting saluted and replied loudly. The next instant, an exquisite jade box appeared in General Fu Xinglan's hand. He opened it, revealing a gold medal to all the people present. Everyone had their eyes peeled to see the medal. It felt like a rare treasure. The great general took out the gold medal and pinned it on Wang Ting's chest. Then, he firmly patted the young man's shoulder and saluted. No words were exchanged, but the former could feel the general's expectation. An additional burden landed on his shoulders. He lowered his head to look at the gold medal shining gently as it hung over his chest. It was eye-catching and extraordinary. So this is the National Military Medal. This recognition was like a death exemption token. It represented the backing of the military and the protection of the Great Qian Empire. However, Wang Ting realized that he wasn't as excited as originally thought he would be. After rounds and rounds of battles, he knew that his own ability was the foundation of everything. If he managed to reach the eternal stage, no one in the entire Great Qian Empire would be able to threaten him. General Fu Xinglan said all of a sudden, "Colonel Wang Ting, I look forward to your performance in the League of Talents." Wang Ting blinked. The general actually knew he was going to participate. It seemed that General Cameron had told the higher-ups about his plan. "I will work hard," Wang Ting replied. General Fu Xinglan continued, "Good. You're representing the military, so all of the military is there to back you up. You have nothing to fear." "Yes." Wang Ting's eyes shimmered. He suddenly had people supporting him. Most of the talents participating in the League of Talents hailed from powerful backgrounds. Dirty tricks could be expected. However, he wouldn't have to worry since the military would be supporting him. Of course, he wasn't really worried, but having less trouble was always a good thing. "Go ahead." General Fu Xinglan nodded. He faded gradually until he disappeared in silence. Many among the warriors wished they could see the latter for a few more seconds. Colonel Wang Teng, congratulations. General Cameron smiled. Thank you for taking care of me, Wang Teng replied gratefully. He knew that without the general and his faction's help, he would have never received the medal that easily. All right, no need to be so polite. General Cameron waved his hands and smiled. Go ahead and bask in this glory. Wang Ting shook his head with a smile. The general had learned how to tease him. The ceremony was over, but none of the martial warriors attending were in a hurry to leave. All of them wanted to take a closer look at the medal. The instant the young hero walked down, Di Chi and the others crowded around him, intently staring at his chest. Wang Ting was speechless. What's wrong with them? Shouldn't they be looking at me? Am I not much better looking than the medal? TSK, so this is the National Military Medal. It's gold and shiny. Beautiful. I want to touch it, bastard, who dares to touch my chest? Wang Ting fumed. Chapter 1366 Departure 1. A Cosmos-level spacecraft left Defense Planet Number 29. The fleet outside the planet lined up on both sides of its trajectory, as if sending the vessel off. The ship became smaller and smaller as it delved into space, gradually turning into a dot before it disappeared. Many on the planet were monitoring the ship's departure. General Cameron and his group, and even Veblen, Moira, Peggy, Huichia, and Di Chi. Many martial warriors went to see him depart after hearing the news. The main reason being that the one riding on that vessel was the one who had made unparalleled achievements on Defense Planet Number 29. All that he was leaving on the planet would eventually become a legend. His exploits would probably be forgotten with the passing of time, but if the hero rose further and engraved his name throughout the universe, his legacy would only be filled with more colors and be longer lasting. Just like General Fu Xinglan. He might even surpass the latter. However, the future was unknown, the road ahead was still long and full of variables. The ship traveled to a remote planetary sector. A figure clad in crimson armor flew out of the craft, which then vanished, to be replaced by a larger crimson spacecraft. The difference between the two vessels was like comparing an ant and an elephant. The figure then entered the new spacecraft and set forth at an astonishing speed, disappearing into the vast space. Inside the spacecraft, Wang Teng was seated in the main control room. His armor disappeared, revealing his face. Round Ball, how long till we reach the light velvet planet? He asked calmly while looking into the distance. Round Ball floated next to him and stretched out a hand. A vast starry sky was then shown, brimming with countless stars. Galaxies were intertwined, turning the whole view into a bright picture of the cosmos. A path was drawn, stretching all the way to a planet located in a remote galaxy. Based on our speed, provided no accident occurs, we can get there in 5 days, said the little one. It'll be faster than expected. Wang Teng nodded. That's right. Good thing we repaired the flaming river in advance, we wouldn't be as fast if we hadn't. Round Ball smiled. Wang Teng frowned. Repairing this ship costs me a pretty penny. The flaming river suffered serious damage when he was being hunted down by the Silen the Universe Stage Warrior. Round Ball also did its best to make the needed repairs. And right when the flaming river was finally repaired, the Devil Slayer was then damaged during the battle with the obelisk scale dragon beast. Good thing it could be replaced in the meantime. It'll cost a lot of money to repair the Devil Slayer. Round Ball's heart ached. Will we run out of money soon? Wang Teng said bitterly. Almost. We spent a lot to repair Flaming River. We would run dry if we were to repair Devil Slayer right now. Round Ball then came up with a bad idea. However, you can definitely make a lot of money if you sell the Immaculate Energy Stones. Come on, those stones are priceless. It's better to keep them for our own use. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. The military gave me a lot of rewards, I can use them to buy things. Besides, my National Military Medal might get me special discounts and privileges. This would be a good time to test it. You shouldn't buy everything via the Empire, it would be easy for others to guess you own a universe-level spacecraft. Round Ball frowned. After all, the things we'd buy would be intended for spacecraft repairs of that level. It would be obvious. We should just buy a portion of what we need, to avoid making people suspicious, Wang Teng suggested. That's our only option. Round Ball sighed. Life without money is tough. It's all because of the Ant-Man Queen. The Devil Slayer would have been as battered otherwise. Wang Teng got up from his seat. Let's go and have a look. In the next moment, Wang Teng and Round Ball's bodies disappeared and moved into the devouring space. This wasn't Nihility's space, but Wang Teng's own. His devouring space appeared once World Devourer was attained. Only then did he learn that the two came in a combo package. Was this considered a surprise? But that was not all. The real surprise was his and the devouring Nihility beast spaces were connected. This allowed for exchanges and transfers with Nihility through their link. After learning this, Wang Teng did some experimenting. Although transfers were possible, there were many restrictions. The first was consumption. Exchanging spaces required space power, and the further he and Nihility were apart, the more space power it was consumed. It was similar to teleportation. Wang Teng and the devouring Nihility beast were just like two mobile space nodes. Given their connection, they could be switched at any time, which was amazing. Chapter 1367 Departure 2. Wang Teng and Nihility were two worlds apart at the moment. It would be impossible for the former to reach the Darkland, even if he exhausted all his space power. They were too distant, making his spatial capabilities insufficient. Of course, he could give it a go if he had enough space stones. Second, they would need to exchange positions, unless they were close by. They were basically space nodes. If Wang Ting teleported to the Darkland and Nihility didn't switch to where he was, they would have to stay there and find other ways to return. Hence, Nihility had to leave when Wang Ting went over. Besides those 2 points, there were more restrictions. In a nutshell, the connection was a good thing, but they couldn't use it however they wanted. Since Nihility had left, Wang Ting stored the corpse of the obelisk scale dragon beast into his devouring space. At the moment there were 2 unique spaces floating silently inside Wang Ting's consciousness. One was milky white, emitting a faint glow, the other was purple-black. It was dim and deep, giving off a faint glow. The second, dark one was the devouring space. Wang Ting entered it. The place wasn't as big as Nihility's, however, it was enough to store the obelisk scale dragon beast, even if it was a little cramped. The dragon beast was completely covered in a cocoon of light. A strong vitality was exuded by the latter. The Ant-Man Queen was undergoing a transformation. Looks like she needs more time, Wang Ting pondered after checking the progress with his real eye. The Ant-Man Queen was hibernating. He couldn't talk with her. Wang Teng left the devouring space and entered his space fragment. Little White was also undergoing a transformation. A huge blood cocoon was hovering in the sky. Catalpa and the other floral fairies were working hard in the spiritual garden below. They would raise their heads on occasion to give curious looks at the cocoon. Little White is about to finish, Round Ball exclaimed in surprise. Yes, it's almost finished absorbing the blood essence. Wang Teng nodded. He felt at ease, since the little one's transformation was coming along. He didn't leave. Instead, he toured the garden and inspected the fairies' work. The floral fairy race were skilled in grooming, as well as breeding spiritual plants and flowers, surpassing other races in this aspect. Not bad, Wang Teng complimented. The spiritual vanilla is useful for your cultivation. Everyone can take one. The fairies were elated. Really? Are you really going to let us have some? Flower Angel had ponytails that day. They bounced up and down behind her as she jumped for joy. She was like a cute little girl. Yes, she did look really cute. Tilda, you don't want it? Wang Teng smiled. Yes. Flower Angel nodded profusely. Go on, pick them up. I won't treat you badly if you work hard. Wang Teng disappeared the moment he finished speaking. The little fairies were exhilarated. However, they didn't pick the spiritual vanilla right away. They looked at Catalpa first. Since he gave permission, you can pick them. Catalpa smiled when she noticed their gazes. Yay, that's great. I've been eyeing the spiritual vanilla for a long time. Flower Angel jumped up in delight. Then, she took out a small spade, bent down, and looked for a well-grown plant. She then dug it up. Soon, an entire spiritual vanilla was dug up. The roots were also intact, showing how professional Flower Angel's skills were. Once done, the fairy placed it below her nose and smelled it happily. Then, she stuffed it in her mouth. Delicious. Fragrant, she exclaimed in satisfaction as she ate. Catalpa, Flower Iris, and the other fairies followed suit, happily chewing their own spiritual vanilla happily, amazed by how delicious they were. Wang Ting would have burst out in smiles had he stayed to watch the scene. Unfortunately, he had already left the space fragment and missed it. He returned to his spacecraft and locked himself in the cultivation room. He had made huge gains during the war. First, all his 5 basic elements had reached the 9th level of the celestial stage, none of them lagged behind. Wang Ting smiled when sensing the immense force reservoirs in his body. His ability rose tremendously during his time on Defense Planet number 29. Still at the celestial stage, but the difference was vast. Unfortunately, other than the 5 basic elements and his dark force, the remaining forces had yet to reach the same level. Still, they rose. Constellation Light Force, 5670,000, Planetary Stage, 7th level, Constellation Wind Force, 3320060,000, Celestial Stage, 6th level, Constellation Lightning Force, 1230040,000, Celestial Stage, 4th level, Constellation Ice Force, 1350090,000, Planetary Stage, 9th level, Constellation Poison Force, 2310,000, Celestial Stage, 1st level. Chapter 1368 Departure. 3. Light Force and Ice Force were only 2 below the celestial stage. Wang Teng was heading to the Light Velvet planet, which meant that his light attribute would definitely reach the celestial stage. It was just a matter of time. Ice Force would be the only challenge to surmount. He had yet to find a way to raise it, so he could only get Ice Force from star beasts in the virtual universe. The progress was a little slow. Unfortunately, star beasts with the ice element were uncommon. Searching for them was troublesome. Wang Ting shook his head helplessly. This could be handled one step at a time. He looked at the changes to his other attributes. The Ultima for his 5 basic elements had reached the perfected stage. The young man closed his eyes to have a sense of his Ultimas. He felt something in his heart. The sensation was odd, as if the 5 had merged and turned into a part of his body. He could execute them with the flick of his fingers. All his skills had Ultimas in them, meaning that even the simplest battle technique would be extremely powerful. He then raised a hand. 5 different colored rays were intertwined, forming a ring. The 5 Ultimas became smoother and easily found an equilibrium at the perfected stage. Wang Ting opened his eyes and stared at the 5-colored ring with a strange glimmer in his eyes. Then, he closed them again and started merging the Ultimas, further developing his 5-element fist. He created the skill from scratch, but it wasn't powerful enough, so he left it on the back burner. He then had a sudden inspiration when his 5 Ultimas reached the perfected stage. He leaped up and started practicing in the cultivation room. He didn't have many fist battle techniques and most of them were at a low level, so he didn't practice them. However, all those skills turned into fertilizer, aiding in the enlightenment of his fist skill. That was how he created the 5-element fist, but he had used low-ranked skills in the beginning. Now, he was instilling his understanding of various fist moves of the celestial stage and above. This was frightening. It was noteworthy for a normal martial warrior to have 1 or 2 celestial or above battle techniques. And yet, Wang Ting had merged countless battle techniques. No normal person would ever dare think about this. Wang Ting tore his 5-element fist apart and started from scratch again, merging the other fist battle techniques. The new move would be made with all the battle techniques acquired recently. 3 hours later, Wang Ting stabilized himself and let out a long sigh. His gaze turned sharp. Boom. The next second, he threw a punch, compressing space and releasing a sonic boom. The air shook. A 5th-level Cosmos stage warrior would probably croak when dealt such an attack. If I release my full power, 9th-level Cosmos stage fighters would also die. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He felt proud of himself. Indeed, talent. His 5 basic forces were at the 9th level, while his 5 basic ultimas were at the perfected stage. The new 5-element fist he just created was unexpectedly powerful. He felt delighted by the result. Mind you, some common universe stage battle techniques didn't have such power. It was astounding that a battle technique created by a celestial warrior could reach that level. Wang Teng calmed down and sat down cross-legged on the ground. He looked at his attributes board. Aside from the 5 basic ultimas, the other ultimas rose as well. Lightning Ultima, 2606,000, 6th level, Wind Ultima, 1307,000, 7th level, Ice Ultima, 806,000, 6th level, Blood Ultima, 10,000, 10th level, Dark Ultima, 10,000, 10th level, Bone Ultima, 3658,000, 8th level, Poison Ultima, 1687,000, 7th level. The first 3 were uncommon, especially the Lightning and Ice Ultimas, as they were even harder to find than the Wind Ultima. The Lightning Ultima was an unexpected gain when he created the Mystic Heaven Lightning Sword Array. More of this attribute was dropped during the battle, so it reached the 6th level directly. The Wind and the Ice Ultimas were at the 7th and 6th level respectively, considerably higher than before. The next 4 Ultimas had been collected from Dark Apparitions. Both the Blood and Dark Ultimas had reached the 10th level. It was an unexpected harvest. That pair of ultimate moves would greatly help him understand dark domains, especially the Bloodsea domain. Having the Blood Ultima was a prerequisite to learn it. Bone Ultima had jumped from the 3rd to the 8th level. It seemed that many members of the spiritual bone race had been killed. Splat. Wang Teng opened his palm. A bone protruded from within, piercing through his skin. However, neither his flesh nor skin was damaged. They seemed to have opened a gap for the bone to go through. It was interesting. Is this osteoproliferation? Wang Ting had a strange expression. He knocked on the bone, which produced a metallic ring. The bone was quite hard. He would be able to easily injure opponents if it came out during close combat. Lastly, the Poison Ultima was a new addition to the family. Information about the latter flashed through his mind and a ghostly green glow floated above his palm. This glow changed shape continuously, sometimes resembling needles, while others it was like dust. Chapter 1369 Departure. 4. Normal martial warriors would be poisoned upon infection. That Ultima was probably from the Devil Moth race, the mid-tier Devil Emperor who looked like a female human. Wang Teng noticed her from the start. The dark apparition gave him a dangerous feeling, much more so than all the mid-tier Devil Emperors he had ever met. However, she managed to escape. The humans couldn't capture her. Just from this he could tell that the Devil Moth species was powerful. If they matured, they would be harder to deal with than other creatures. After all, poison force was troublesome. Wang Teng turned to look at his domains. He was overjoyed. All his domains had made progress. He even received a new wood domain. Now, he had all 5 basic domains. Wood domain, 1403,000, 3rd rank. 2 more domains had been acquired, the poison domain and the bone domain. Poison domain, 1403,000, 3rd rank. Bone domain, 603,000, 3rd rank, both were special. They were the ones grasped by the Devil Moth and the spiritual bone races. None of the others had them. And yet, Wang Teng had them. 2 more strange domains were added to his collection. Wang Teng shook his head. In any case, they represented more trump cards. He glanced at his other domains and smiled. All of them represented his hidden aces for the League of Talents. Let's see who has more domain than me. He turned to look at his origins when suddenly, Bai Shanhu's amazing sword attack appeared in his mind space. A sword that struck fear in people. It had cut through space and injured a devil titan. What a terrifying sword attack. Wang Ting knew there was nothing fanciful about the attack, nor did it use any battle techniques. It was just an ordinary sword attack. Still, the power of origin instilled in the move was immense. Water origin. That was the newest origin in our hero's arsenal. Water origin, 5610,000, first rank, 5,600 points instantly made it the second most powerful origin. Wang Ting felt the urge to give the attribute a thumbs up. Bai Shanhu was amazing. No one could replicate that sword attack. The young man continued to scroll down and was surprised to find that his space physique stat had increased, rising from the 3rd to the 4th rank. Space physique, 3500 400,000, 4th rank, it jumped a rank. It was worth noting that 300,000 points were needed for that jump. He had some points left, but he was still in need of more than 100,000 to hit the advancement limit. How did he break through? Wang Ting was shocked by this. He didn't know he collected that many space attributes. No wonder his space tornado was able to injure a universe stage warrior. How terrifying. Most of the remaining attributes weren't worthy of mention. Oh wait, there was another one that rose a lot. Enlightenment. Wang Ting realized that this stat had jumped to the heaven realm. Enlightenment, 15500200000, heaven realm, a rise in level implied a change in quality. Now in the heaven realm, Wang Ting's enlightenment was top tier. Most heaven stage experts didn't have such attainment. Wang Ting sighed as he left the attributes board alone. Then, he began working with domain mergers. He had several domains at the moment. Fusing them could bring about more power and changes. Succeeding would result in having a mighty domain he could call his own. Once this happened, none of the talents in the universe would be able to compare. He slowly closed his eyes. Many thoughts darted to and fro in his mind, like shooting stars. They were domain-related enlightenment. The Flaming River spacecraft traveled through the lonely and cold universe like a drifter, heading towards a peculiar planet that had never been registered by the Empire. Chapter 1370 Open in daytime, close at night. 1. There were always special beings in the vast universe, home to millions of stars. They thrived on those stars. The countless living creatures made up the myriad of species in the universe. The light velvet planet was one of the special stars. It had been around for 8.6 billion years, which was nothing in the scope of the vast universe. Still, compared to Earth, it was the ancestor of its ancestor. This planet was located in a remote area. It was a peaceful place, with no one trying to disturb it. Even if outsiders did land on that planet, they wouldn't meddle in its development due to several reasons. It was a blessing. A spacecraft traveled silently in the great expanse. Based on speed, the sound of the engine, and the hull's material, one could tell it was a cosmos-level vessel. It had a rough and sturdy look, like a giant metal beast roaming through space. There were shields on both sides of the craft, adorned with a sword and blade crossing as a symbol. If anyone were to see it, they would recognize the unique symbol of the Universe Mercenaries Alliance. Below the symbol was a big and hideous black snake. The latter had a triangular head. Its scales were like tree leaves, while the pupils were blood red. There was a green crown on its head, something like a coxcomb, and its fangs were visible. The creature had a ruthless and terrifying aura. The black leaf green-crowned snake. This was an evil and vicious reptile of poisonous nature. It was powerful. An ordinary celestial warrior could die from exposure to its poison. Of all the mercenary groups in the Alliance, only one used that snake as their symbol. It was the powerful Black Leaf Snake Team. It was a mercenary force that stood among the Alliance's top 3. There were 5 Heaven Stage martial warriors in the team, and their leader was a famous character. His ability was top-notch, even among Heaven Stage warriors. Just then, a group of martial warriors were standing right next to the ship's control station, intently looking at the map displayed in front of them. They seemed to be a little excited. A middle-aged, bearded man couldn't help but curse. Damn it, we're finally getting there. Honestly, it really is an out-of-the-way planet. We took 3 months to get here from planet Soaring Cloud, said a handsome brown-haired warrior. A beautiful, cold-looking lady in black battle uniform said with indifference, "I hope the map is correct. If not, it would be 3 months wasted." She was 20 years old or thereabouts. Her lips were thin, while her eyes were slightly narrow and long. She was a bit sinister, and her indifferent expression made her seem even more distant. "Leader, I've studied the map and it's real. It's been around for a few hundred years. It cannot be fake," said a young man wearing a pair of glasses that gave him a tech-savvy look. "I hope so. If not, I'll skin you alive," replied the fierce and beautiful lady. The young man felt confident, but ended up shrinking his neck after hearing what the latter said. The others looked at the lady fearfully. The fierce lady patted the young man's shoulder and said in a calm voice, "My brother's birthday is coming. I came here following your advice. You know there will be consequences if I don't get enough presents for him." "Yes, it shouldn't be a problem." Cold sweat poured down the young man's back. He felt he was being targeted by a poisonous snake. The others were also frightened. That was their leader's younger sister. Their evil and merciless nature was exactly similar. Without the shadow of a doubt, the young man would suffer if they returned empty-handed. Furthermore, the others would suffer along with him. The spacecraft became silent. Everyone observed the map in silence while time flew by. "Leader, we're here." The young man's eyes lit up. He shouted in excitement, "We've detected a planet with life signatures. We're right on the money, it has a dense light force." "That's great." The others were elated and relieved. Light force. A planet filled with light force. We're rich. The bearded man was exhilarated. "Of course. I would never dare offer you this planet if it wasn't special enough," said the young bespectacled fellow to butter up their leader. However, the beautiful lady remained expressionless. Her gaze became sharp as she ordered, "Full speed ahead." "Yes," the young man quickly replied. The people on board the ship felt motivated. Following the young man's orders, the vessel accelerated and rushed to reach a certain direction. Soon, a planet covered by a white glow entered their vision. Everyone's eyes lit up as if seeing a treasure. The greed on their faces was apparent. That was an undiscovered planet, a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. "Leader, shall we land on the planet?" the fellow with glasses asked impatiently. Chapter 1371. Open in daytime, close at night. 2. Idiot. The beautiful lady slapped his head and snarled. "Scan the planet first and determine the strongest combat ability of the inhabitants. It's an underdeveloped place. There aren't any powerful martial warriors here," muttered the young man with glasses. "Say it again." The beautiful lady gave him a cold look. "Ooh. Leader, you got it wrong. I didn't say a thing." The fellow quickly put on a smiling face and turned on the spacecraft scanning system to check on the planet. Sometime later, results started to emerge. The strongest is a planetary stage warrior. The natives are really weak. The bearded man flashed a sinister grin. "Varian, hack into their network system," instructed Rengulan, their beautiful leader. "Leader, they don't have a network system," replied Varian, the young man with glasses. Rengulan's face froze for a while. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "I just found this out," quickly offered the startled young man. The handsome, brown-haired man looked at Varian, feeling at a loss. "He knows our leader has a bad temper, but the guy keeps pushing her buttons. Does he think Hez lived long enough? Hez asking for it. Why are you still standing there? Land on the planet already." Rengulan scoffed. All right. Varian quickly maneuvered the spacecraft and flew towards the nearby planet. "Harriet, Bilbram, take some people with you and capture all the planetary stage warriors on the planet," Rengulan ordered. "Yes." The brown-haired man and the bearded fellow responded in unison. Their expressions were relaxed, as if not taking the matter seriously, at all. They were all celestial stage warriors. Mere planetary warriors were too weak for them and wouldn't pose a threat to them in the least. In fact, they only need one person to sweep through the whole planet. Still, they would never counter their leader's orders. Boom! The spacecraft landed above a lush forest, and strong gusts of wind crushed the trees below. The star beasts in the forest were disturbed. They screamed in terror as they wildly ran for safety. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several figures rushed out of the spacecraft, their bodies radiating power. It was Ren Gulen and her men. The brown-haired Harriet took a deep breath and exclaimed, "What fresh air, what a rich source of light force. This planet is a huge treasure trove. Untapped riches." The bearded Bilbram laughed. He grabbed forward, and a fleeing star beast was captured by an invisible force. It floated in front of him while struggling in fear. The creature was a snow-white rabbit, about 3 meters high and a meter wide. It was a fat one. Harriet glanced at it and his eyes twinkled. "This star beast is a light element planetary disciple." "Yes, there are light element star beasts all around. This one alone would be enough to fetch us 100,000 universe coins or so," Bilbram said cheerfully. Ren Gulen walked over and touched the rabbit's head. The creature was so frightened it was completely still, not daring to resist. All the people present thought they had seen a ghost, watching Ren Gulen act like that. Does this vile woman actually like rabbits? Sure enough, no woman can refuse cute animals. "We shall eat braised rabbits tonight," Ren Gulen ordered. Everyone. That's how our leader would act. It was ridiculous for them to even entertain the idea she had a soft spot for cute animals. They were too naive. The rabbit trembled. Although unable to understand Ren Gulen's words, it seemed to perceive something and felt uncomfortable. "What are you doing?" "Go," Ren Gulen ordered. Yes, everyone immediately responded. Afterwards, figures soared into the sky and rushed towards the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ren Gulen grabbed hold of the rabbit and returned to the spacecraft. Varian hurriedly followed behind and asked, "Leader, where are we going now?" "Head to the area where light force is densest. That should be the most important part of the planet," Ren Gulen said. The spacecraft headed in a different direction. The local vegetation was lush, almost covering 70% of the planet's surface. It was brimming with life. The natives live scattered in forests, where their tribes bloomed. In the depths of the largest forest on the planet, there was a place considered their holy land. It was a towering mountain. There was a dense forest at the foot of the mountain, which was layered and shrouded in mist. All kinds of exotic flowers and plants grew there. Fragrances were pervasive, streams were flowing. The place looked like a fairyland. There were many strange wooden buildings in the middle of the forest, either built on trees, between rocks, or hidden amongst flowers. The sight was peculiar and unique. There were many sphere-like figures with white fur covering their bodies, shuttling among the exotic flowers and plants with innocent looks. A peaceful scene. No one knew that a disaster was about to befall them. Suddenly, a black shadow in the distance flew straight over and stopped to hover right next to the mountain. Chapter 1372 Open during the day, close at night. 3. The shadow blocked all sunlight, rousing chaos below. Many round creatures covered in white fur ran out of their houses and looked up at the sky. They pointed at the object and discussed fervently amongst themselves. In the middle of the valley, inside a slightly bigger house, an old furry creature walked out in an unstable manner. His eyebrows were so long it was sweeping the ground. Ren Gulen and the others walked out of the spacecraft and stared at the creatures below with a frown. "What are those?" Ren Gulen frowned. "They are probably just locals." Varian was surprised too. He sized up the furry creatures with interest. "Honestly, they do look exquisite. Powerful martial warriors from the universe," said an old voice somewhere below. Ren Gulen looked down and fixed her gaze on the furry creature in the lead. "He speaks the common universal language." Varian was stunned. Since the planet's location was leaked, it means that someone came here before. "It's normal for them to know the language," Ren Gulen said. "I don't understand why anyone would come to this land of treasure and not take anything." The young man with glasses shook his head. Ren Gulen blinked, but didn't comment on it. To her, kindness was just an excuse for the weak. It was tantamount to stupidity. "Powerful warriors, quick, come down," said the old fellow, sounding a little nervous. "The martial warriors?" Gulen and Varian were just as confused. It didn't sound like an invitation, nor was it an order. "Leader, shall we head down?" Varian asked Gulen. "Let's, ha." Gulen was about to nod when her expression changed. She looked at the peak of the mountain some distance away. Their spacecraft was hovering halfway to the peak. The mountain went straight up into the clouds, making the top impossible to see. Naturally, they land their spacecraft up there. However, 3 figures were dashing down the mountain right then. The furry beings rushed back into their houses when they saw the 3, disappearing in an instant. It was as if noticing some frightening presence. "What is happening?" Varian was astounded. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 figures reached them in the blink of an eye. They shared some similarities with the furry creatures, but they weren't round. They were slender and muscular. They also had golden patterns on their white fur. The lines ended at their forehead, forming an occult symbol. Their eyes were also golden, which gave off a cold and noble gaze as they stared at the mercenaries. "Didn't you say that their highest battle ability was the planetary stage?" Gulen gritted her teeth as she spoke to Varian. "Leader, I don't know how this could happen." Varian was frightened and overwhelmed by disbelief. The incoming trio had a cosmos stage cultivation. The scan never showed their presence. Only Gulen was at the cosmos stage, the rest of the group were at the celestial stage. "Did we dig our own grave?" "Idiot, we'll talk about this when we get back," Gulen cursed angrily. There was no time to think. She turned, wanting to rush back to her spacecraft. However, one of the figures cut her off, blocking her path. "Move." Gulen took a deep breath. She knew that a fight was inevitable, so she gave the creature a disdainful stare and took out her battle sword. She then slashed at the other party. Boom. Sword light cut through the air. The being was unscathed. He stretched a hand and a golden ray of light was shot, shattering the sword glow, right before rushing towards the cold mercenary leader. Gulen's expression changed. She chose to dodge, not daring to receive the attack. Just then, the other 2 beings made a move, quickly flanking her and raising their hands. Golden rays flashed. The adventuress felt the threat of death. She quickly retreated, but was still hit by some of the rays. Blood spurted out of her body. She gasped and her pupils shrank. She knew she couldn't beat them, so she quickly evaded. However, she was injured. Escaping wasn't possible. The 3 beings surrounded her, leaving her seriously injured soon after. There was no chance for her to resist. The mighty trio captured her and her team, and then returned to the mountain peak, disappearing into the clouds. Some time after the dust settled, the round creatures below finally walked out of their houses, looking scared and worried. A few of the settlers spoke to the furry elder. The latter waved a hand and everyone returned to continue their activities, acting as if everything were normal. Peace and harmony was resumed in the valley. Inside the flaming river spacecraft, Wang Ting stood in front of the solar dragon creature and circled it, wondering how to start his plan. In the end, he had no choice but to take out his lightning slap and used it to smack the corpse's head with it. Swoop. Boom. The power of the calamity lightning was released and the dragon corpse's head was burned, as if struck by lightning. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.